Welcome to the Berserk League duels. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off today on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Lancer typically comes into these games with the edge, holding a stronger 42% win rate here. Well, it's a bit concerning that he's starting off on the back foot, despite being the favorite. We have to see if he can shake off that early pressure. Omnic is really dominating with a 2-1 lead. A nice steadying round from the higher rated player. Lancer has everything under control now, evening the score and looking very comfortable. A clean reset after a tough 7-13 loss to Aster earlier. Omnic pushes ahead again, holding a slim 3-2 lead. It is definitely an uphill climb for the number 37 seed. Both of these guys have had a bit of a roller coaster day. Omnic grabs another one, edging ahead 4-3. Both of these competitors are really fighting for every single point today. Lancer answers right back, and we are completely tied. He's certainly showing the composure of a seasoned veteran. His recent 13-8 victory over Havoc showed he can handle this heat. Lancer gets a great peek from the ramp to take the lead back. Lancer is really leaning into his experience today. He's completely shut down any hope of another rally. We head into the break deadlocked at 6-6. The higher rated player isn't exactly running away with this. Omnic is playing above his rank right now, and it's essentially a toss-up going into the second half. Fresh start for both. Lancer strikes first after the break, leading 7-6. He definitely has the higher ceiling on the ladder. Omnic has had a brutal stretch of luck today with a 10-25 record over the last 24 hours. He's certainly feeling that weight right now as he struggles to put a stop to this momentum. Lancer is really capitalizing on those nerves. Absolutely ruthless timing on that finish. He's practically untouchable since that early shuffle. A massive underdog fight keeping the pressure on. Just a matter of who can land the final blow now. Incredible finish. He closes it out with a flawless spray to secure the map. He really asserted his authority over the map today, never letting the underdog get an inch of breathing room. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off today on fast aim to see who's better. Lancer was way too quick for him, putting Ignis right in the dirt despite the height advantage. Lancer has a huge history of taking games off this opponent. Lancer is simply too fast right now, taking that second round effortlessly from the ramp. His recent win against Omnic showed he's in great form. Ignis puts the pressure back on, cleaning up that fight from the ramp to keep this tight. Ignis has completely flipped the script here, taking over the series with a strong push. The historical data heavily favors the man in the lead right now. Unreal speed there, he's just taking over the server now. The total career head-to-head usually looks exactly like this. He manages to hold his ground and equalizes the score. Neither one of them is having a particularly strong day across the league. Lancer just barely holds a narrow 4-3 edge. Ignis is really struggling to find some stability today. Pure chaos now as Ignis brings us to a 4-4 deadlock. He's fighting through a tough 6:30 stretch over the last day. Ignis is really starting to pick up the pace, shutting Lancer down even with that ramp advantage. He is absolutely on fire, securing another victory from the wine box to push his lead to 6-4. The favorite is really making his presence felt now. He continues the onslaught from the ramp, firmly in control as we head toward the break. A completely effortless wrap up to that particular sequence. Ignis goes into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. He's putting up exactly what you'd expect from the higher rated player. That 5-round run really shifted the energy of the match. Lancer needs to wake up now. Lancer's just completely outclassed here, getting outdo on his own turf. Just a massive swing from that 13-5 defeat they had recently. Ignis has absolutely crushed Lancer in their history, leading the total head-to-head series 1079 to 809. And the current scoreline is just a mirror image of that career dominance. Lancer is really struggling to find a response here. Lancer is suddenly looking a lot more comfortable, taking another fast exchange from the ramp. He's proving himself a viable threat tonight. Ignis makes a great play from the window, quickly shutting down any hope of a Lancer comeback. Just a huge contrast to that narrow 16-14 victory he had over Vortex. Absolute precision from the ramp to put him in a position where victory is nearly certain. Lancer manages to stop that slide, taking a very tidy win to push things forward. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get back in the game. A sharp read from the ramp as he shuts things down to keep the dream alive. Lancer is really digging in and trying to bridge that gap. What a finish! Ignis shuts the door from the wine box and claims the victory. He really looked like he found his confidence back there, getting his groove back after a rough day. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Omnic taking on the heavily favored Ignis in today's 1v1 matchup. What a start! They both poured everything into that fight, but Omnic barely edges it out. An unexpected opening for the lower rated side. Ignis holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, having won nearly 70% of their previous clashes. It's clear he's not finding that same advantage today. The gap in their rating suggests this should be a one-sided affair, but Omnis is playing a perfect game so far. Ignis is making things a lot easier for himself by taking the high ground advantage. We're seeing that class difference start to emerge here. Ignis finds the target and wipes him off the box to take the lead. He seems to be carrying that momentum from his recent win against Lancer. A rapid exchange of shots and Omnic comes out on top, leveling the set. This isn't looking like the mismatch the rankings promised us. Omnic keeps his nerve to push ahead 4-3. He's really defying the odds against a player ranked so much higher. Ignis fights back, and we are all tied up. The gap in their overall record is definitely staring back at him. These interactions are getting faster and faster. Omnic is really pushing the pace right now. Unreal, a total slugfest that came down to the final few points of health for Ignis to survive. Ignis narrowly takes control with a 6-5 lead. He's certainly looking strong after that 13-8 win over Lancer. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, this is exactly how the numbers predicted this would go. Omnic is putting up a respectable fight, but the higher rated player is currently in control. Fresh start for both players now. Ignis has been tough to beat today, putting up a strong 7-30 record over the last 24 hours. Look, that high volume of games means he's warm and locked in right now. It's starting to look like his experience will be too much for Omnic to handle. Ignis is really pulling away now, leading 9-5. The 21 seed is firmly in the driver's seat now. He controls the map from the box for another victory, extending the gap to 10-5. Ignis uses that height to finish the job and is really starting to roll. He's completely dismantling any hope of an upset. Omnic answers back with a swift kill to put a halt to that slide. The underdog really knows how to keep things interesting. That was a lightning fast exchange, and now Ignis just needs a single round to end this. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely survives the trade to keep this series alive. That was a nail-biter. He barely walked away from that one. Another perfect response from Omnic to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is definitely shifting back toward the favorite now. And that's it. Ignis shuts the door with a clean final shot from the box to seal the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit for a while, but the skill gap just became too much to ignore. Welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic taking on the favorite Lancer to see who comes out on top today. Lancer enters this match as the clear favorite with a 45% all-time win rate, and that level of experience usually translates into a methodical approach. We have to see if Omnic can keep the pressure high throughout the match. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull off the upset. A complete shutdown by Omnic, who takes total control of the early game. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure here. A flawless response from Lancer to halt that early surge. That was an incredibly sharp response to get back in this. Omnic is just dominating with a huge 4-1 lead. He's flipping the script after that loss in their previous meeting. Omnic is just running away with it. 5-1 now. The gap in the ladder rankings is barely showing right now. Omnic has struggled quite a bit recently with a 10-25 record over the last day. I mean, he's really fighting against the tide in his overall form. It is surprising to see him holding a lead of 3 rounds given how difficult his matches have been lately. Goodness, what a brawl. Both of them were staring down the barrel, but he managed to squeeze out the win. He's showing some real grit to stay in the lead. Lancer is digging deep and refuses to let this game slide away. A very clean look for that win. Omnic still comfortably ahead at 7-4. He's really turning the tide from their last head-to-head. Omnic takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the rankings didn't suggest this would happen. We're looking at a potential shock as the underdog completely ignores the statistics right now. Time to see if Lancer recovers. Whoa, whoa, that was a total slugfest. He barely eked out a survival in that trade. Lancer is struggling to find any answer for him today. Omnic is just cruising now, sitting on a 10-4 cushion. It's a complete reversal from their most recent meeting. He just can't find a way through, and now Omnic is on a roll with 3 straight. He's really making his name known against a top 30 opponent. He's just unstoppable right now, moving into match point with a commanding presence. It's a nightmarish turn of events for the favorite. What a battle! He manages to hold his nerve and survive the chaos to keep this series alive. He's definitely not going to let the door close without a fight. And there it is, Omnic closes the door with a final burst to secure the victory. He really proved the doubters wrong today, taking a map where he usually struggles big time. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Ignis taking on Lancer in a highly anticipated duel to see who comes out on top. Ignis holds a strong edge in the head-to-head history, taking over 57% of their previous encounters. Coming into this match, he already has the mental advantage after beating Lancer earlier today. It will be interesting to see if that confidence stays high as the match progresses. Lancer has seized the momentum with a 2-1 lead. He has to shake off a rough 8:30 day overall. Lancer is just completely taking over this map right now. He's putting on a clinic despite being the underdog in this pairing. Ignis responds quickly here, showing he can definitely trade blows with his opponent. Lancer's really fighting to keep that early lead. Lancer is cruising with a commanding 4-2 lead. He's really capitalizing on the momentum after that tough 13-5 loss to Omnic. Ignis is narrowing the gap, now trailing 3-4. He's looking focused after that solid victory over Omnic earlier. We have a dead heat here. Lancer was in control, but now it's a total toss-up. The ladder rankings actually put these two very close in rating. Lancer manages to clear out the Tetris, keeping his slender lead intact. Lancer has some ground to make up after that 13-8 loss earlier. Wow, what a scrap. He manages to hold the line from the wine and survives by the narrowest of margins. He's simply refusing to go down today. He just can't find a way through. That's 3 straight for Lancer. A huge shift from the result he saw on Fast Aim. We go into the break with Lancer holding a surprising 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a total role reversal from what we expected to see today. The underdog is truly pushing the pace and looks very comfortable. Time for a hard reset. Lancer has survived 3 separate encounters while under 30 health in this match. It's a testament to how he's managed to scrap for every single point. Despite the pressure, he's definitely playing with a lot of grit to keep this lead intact. Lancer's extending that cushion to a 9-6 lead. He's clearly fighting to keep his rank inside the top 20. He's not letting up now, taking another clean round to keep this comeback charging. He's finally finding some stability after those tough early rounds. Unreal, he barely survives that fight with a sliver of health to keep his surge going. The momentum has completely flipped in this stretch. Absolutely fierce, he's leveled the score and looks completely unstoppable right now. This is a complete reset from the start of the game. That was a grueling exchange, but Lancer comes out on top to edge ahead once more. A timely shift for the man sitting at rank 27. What a shot! He finds the mark from the wine to bring this match all the way back to a deadlock. Lancer is staying incredibly composed. He's really fighting to hold on to this one-round advantage. Absolute precision here to bring things level. He's showing some incredible resolve in this comeback. Everything is back on the table now. A huge play here as he shuts down the threat from the wine to put himself on match point. Total dominance from the underdog in this critical stretch. Ignis secures the point from the wine, clawing his way back to force a tie. This is exactly why you don't count out the higher rated seed. This is getting wild. We are looking at a genuine toss-up for the finish. Lancer is just one more step away from closing this out. What a response. He keeps the pressure mounting and forces a total deadlock in this overtime clash. This match has essentially become a coin flip at this point. Lancer is just trading blows with him right now, refusing to let Ignis get any breathing room. He's really proving he can hold his own against the top 20. A fierce exchange here, and he secures another round to put himself in a prime position to close this series. He's playing with way more confidence than his last two matches. What a finale! Lancer shuts the door on this series and claims the victory. He really defied the odds to shake off that losing streak and take this one deep into overtime. He fought for every inch of that map. A gritty performance. Welcome everyone! We're on orange for a matchup between Omnic and the heavily favored Ignis. Let's see who takes it. Ignis leads the overall head-to-head 39-19, and honestly, his historical edge here usually carries him to a win. It'll be interesting to see if the rating gap stays relevant as this series develops. Ignis is pulling ahead with a 2-1 cushion. He's really asserting that gap in skill right now. A total shutdown there, as he keeps this run of momentum going. This mirrors the result of their last meeting on the dunes. Omnic manages to get back into the mix, narrowing the gap to just one round. A solid shake-up against the top half ranking. Ignis recovers quickly, pushing the lead back to 4-2. He's currently playing his way out of a rough 8:31 day. Omnic claws back to 3-4, keeping the pace. He's showing some real fight despite that lower rating on the ladder. The momentum has completely shifted, and we've got ourselves a dead heat right here. A complete turnaround from that first set on the dunes. Ignis is clinging to a narrow one-round lead. That's quite a bit of experience on his side, with over 11,000 career matches. We are all squared up at 5 apiece. He's looking very composed despite that ranking disadvantage. It's been a real back and forth lately, with these two trading rounds and refusing to let the other pull away. Ignis goes into the breakup 7-5, and honestly, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He's using that superior map win rate to stay in the driver's seat. Let's see some fresh energy now. Ignis has already won 8 rounds, which is a strong start for him. And honestly, he's starting to put a serious grip on the tempo of this game. He's really finding his footing now. Let's see if Omnic can find any answer to this pace. Omnic manages to dig in and secure the round, proving he's not going down without a fight. A much needed breath of air for the underdog. He's on a roll now, continuing a determined push to close the gap. The momentum is swinging wildly in this one. Unbelievable. He just wiped the slate clean to bring us back to a dead even score. The momentum has completely flipped for the underdog. A swift response from the favorite to regain the lead. That was a lightning fast recovery. Ignis holds a 2-round advantage as we hit 18. It's a tough afternoon for the 37th ranked player in the mix. He's completely shifted the energy back in his favor, securing another flawless victory. The higher seed is putting the pressure on now. He keeps the pressure high, pushing his lead to 12 and putting himself in a position to end this right now. The gap in their rankings is really starting to show through. Omnic finds the opening shot and secures a huge victory right when he needed it most. Just a tiny bit of breathing room for him now. What a display of skill! Ignis closes it out with a perfect final round to secure the victory. He really showed why he's ranked that much higher today, keeping his cool whenever the momentum threatened to flip. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Lancer facing off today on red line, with Lancer entering as the favorite. A brutal exchange of fire and Lancer barely makes it out alive. The favorite settles in early. Lancer currently holds a significant edge over the field with a 45% lifetime win rate, and honestly it's a bit surprising to see him struggling to establish control against Omnic. We have to wonder if the pressure of being the favorite is starting to get to him. Absolute control from the favorite's nightmare. That's 3 straight for Omnic. It's a total reversal from that 13-5 result they had recently. Unbelievable efficiency, he's just completely taken over this match. He's absolutely dwarfing his usual 33% win rate right now. He just wipes the floor with him from the ramp to secure another one. It's a complete flip from their previous head-to-head encounter. Lancer manages to claw back around after a tough skirmish. He's sitting at a strong 60% in his last 10 games. What a clean shot! He's refusing to go down quietly, picking up another round here. Omnic is sitting deep in the bottom tier of our rating. It's making this lead even more impressive given the skill gap usually present. Now he just needs to maintain this pace to secure a second straight win over his opponent. Lancer stays aggressive to keep the pressure on heading into the break. Lancer is quickly narrowing the gap before we hit the midpoint. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, Omnic is really defying his rank right now. It's a total deadlock, but the underdog is definitely proving he belongs in this match. Fresh start for both players. Lancer puts on a show from the ramp to reclaim the lead. The momentum is shifting back in his favor. He looks like the superior player right now. That was a frantic scramble, but he shows great resilience to come out on top. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog now. Lancer holds a slim lead as we enter round 15. A really gritty performance for a player sitting at rank 37. Lancer is simply too fast, deleting his opponent in a blink. That reaction time was just absurd. He holds the high ground on the ramp to put a serious dent in the underdog's confidence. Lancer looks like he's completely solved this matchup. He's staying composed as this distance closes. Unbelievable. He survives by a hair and pulls off a huge comeback victory. That's a huge swing to put this game right back on the line. A huge moment for Omnic erasing the deficit to bring us completely even. Lancer is completely rattled after that sequence. A perfectly timed shot puts the favorite back in command. The higher seeded player is finding his footing at the perfect time. Oh, what a scrap! Lancer barely scrapes through that one and puts himself just one step away from victory. He's just barely hanging on by a thread there. And there it is. Lancer storms back to take the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the absolute limit today, but he just couldn't close the door when it mattered. What a fight! Welcome to the stream. Ignis and Lancer are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top. Ignis holds a strong overall edge in the head-to-head, winning over 57% of their encounters. It's interesting because Lancer is really capitalizing on the momentum from their most recent victory over him. We'll see if that confidence carries the game. Ignis manages to secure a tight spot on the ramp to get himself back in this. Lancer has looked sharp today, but that 16-13 victory was on a different map. Ignis is putting on a strong show right now, using that height on the ramp to flip the script. Lancer is playing the underdog role perfectly right now, shutting down that ramp attempt to keep his lead. Lancer is looking quite confident, coming off a strong showing against Omnic. Lancer really fought back from that ramp to outplay him, building some serious pressure on the scoreboard. Lancer is really putting that current ladder rank to the test. Lancer maintains a slim lead with a 4-3 advantage. He's really fighting to get a decent day going after that 9:31 start. Ignis claws back to tie things up at 4 apiece. It's a total deadlock now, with neither man holding the upper hand. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp and puts the pressure back on with another round win. Lancer is really leaning into that 60% recent form. We are completely locked in at 5-all. Both of these guys are sitting right in the middle of our rating list. Ignis surges ahead, taking a narrow 1-round lead. He's proving why he's the higher rated player in this series. We're all tied up at 6 each. It's a very balanced start though. The higher rated Ignis should be pleased with his consistency here. Lancer is proving to be a tough out as we head into the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis really put on a clinic there, picking Lancer right off the ramp to pull further ahead. He's looking a lot more comfortable now compared to his match against Omnic. Lancer forces a dead heat at 7-all. Slightly lower rated, but Lancer is fighting for a spot in the top 25. Lancer edges ahead, holding a narrow 8-7 lead. A super fast exchange to keep the lead moving. Lancer is just on fire, taking the duel from the ramp to extend his run to 3 straight. That's a total shift in energy for the challenger. Ignis manages to knock him off the ramp to stop that run. Lancer is fighting a hard battle to maintain his lead here. And just like that, Ignis levels the playing field at 9-all. Lancer is fighting to keep his head high after those tight maps today. Lancer keeps his composure and shuts down that ramp play to stay in control. It's a grind for the guy currently sitting at number 26. Ignis just refuses to let Lancer pull away, getting the better of him on the ramp to keep this battle wide open. Lancer manages to get the better of him while he's up on the planks. Lancer really seems to have his number today. He takes control from the ramp, moving himself just 1 victory away from the win. He's really capitalizing on this momentum. Ignis secures a huge stop from the ramp, extending the game to 11-12. The pressure is really mounting for the man currently holding that slight edge. Unbelievable. He forces the deadlock, pushing this entire encounter into overtime. What a way to force the extra frames. Lancer is putting up a huge fight today, really challenging the historical dominance we usually see from Ignis. That was a really clean way to take the advantage back. Lancer is absolutely owning the high ground, using that ramp to put a huge dent in Ignis' hopes. A complete shutdown by Lancer, who now sits just a single frame away from victory. He's refusing to go quietly, picking up a clean point from the ramp to keep this fight alive. That was a lightning fast reset to keep the pressure high. Unreal. Lancer puts an end to it right here, catching Ignis on the wine box to seal the victory. He just refuses to let it go today, proving that the gap in their ranks is practically non-existent right now. What a fight! Welcome to Mapas. Omnic and Ignis are ready for action, though the favorite is looking strong today. Ignis has historically dominated this specific matchup, winning about 68% of their encounters. It's no surprise he's comfortably in control of the early exchanges. Let's see if Omnic can find a way to break that trend today. Omnic strikes back, and we're all tied up now. Both players are struggling to put together a win today. Omnic has the edge now, leading by a single round. He's certainly not playing like the lowest rated man in this room. The momentum is shifting again, as neither of these two can seem to keep a lead for more than one round. He's certainly used to the pressure, with over 10,000 matches played. Omnic is clinging to a narrow 3-2 lead here. A tough start for the favored side here. Ignis finds an answer, bringing the score to a dead heat. He's had a brutal run in his last few matches today. The speed of these exchanges is incredible, and Omnic is currently reacting just a hair faster. Omnic is currently playing well above his usual 33% success rate, and seeing him extend this lead is a huge contrast to the struggles he's had in his other games today. It will be interesting to see if he can sustain this output. Ignis uses that verticality to his advantage and takes a lead into the final stretch of the half. The higher rated player is starting to assert himself here. Ignis claims another one from the ramp, putting a serious grip on this match. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Honestly, Omnic is proving he can hang with the top guys today. He's shaking off his poor recent form to put the favorite in a very tricky spot. Fresh start for both players now. Ignis claws back into a 7-6 lead. That's a lot of weight on his shoulders with a 932 record today. Ignis is pulling away now, leading by 2. The top half ranking for Ignis is really showing through. Another effortless exchange for Ignis, and he is really starting to pull away now. The gap between these two in the rankings is starting to feel massive. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to keep his momentum rolling. He's really walking a thin line with those low health totals. A surprising duel that took its time, but he ultimately finds the winning shot. A huge effort from a player who is sitting at rank 37. The momentum is firmly in Ignis' hands now, and a 4-round lead is a very dangerous place for Omnic to be. Omnic denies him that closeout, taking him right off the blue to keep things interesting. He is certainly fighting to avoid another straight set loss to this opponent. That was essentially a one-sided affair, leaving Ignis just a single round away from victory. What a way to close it out! Ignis puts the final nail in the coffin and secures the series. He really knows how to slam the door shut when it counts. It was a solid showing for the higher seeded player today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Lancer facing off on Italy, with Lancer entering as the favorite today. Lancer is comfortably the favorite here, especially after winning their most recent head-to-head meeting. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence into this series. We just have to see if Omnic can shake that slump and put up a fight. Absolute control from Lancer, who is now completely owning this opening stretch. A great show of grit from Omnic, as he manages to knock his opponent off the wine. He's finally found a way to get back into this. Lancer is dominating, holding a massive 4-1 lead. He's looking every bit the top tier competitor right now. The composure is impressive as he keeps digging into this deficit. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Omnic has a rough window right now, having gone 10-25 over the last day. He's clearly struggling to find any stability in his game. He's facing a much more consistent opponent in Lancer, who is simply outperforming him in every exchange. Lancer is simply cruising with a 6-3 cushion. The ranking gap really starts to feel apparent here. Lancer is putting on a real clinic here, just completely outclassing everything Omnic is throwing at him. Lancer keeps the pressure on with a 7-4 lead. Lancer has a significant advantage on our rating scale. We go into the break with Lancer leading 8-4. Everything is unfolding just as we expected. He looks very strong right now, while Omnic is struggling to keep up with the pace. Let's see some fresh energy here. Lancer's just too strong, pushing it to 9-4. Omnic is really feeling the pressure after that rough stretch against Ignis earlier. Omnic claws one back to make it 5-9. He's fighting from a significant rank deficit here. Omnic is putting up a real fight now, shaving a few rounds off that lead. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. Lancer is really making his veteran experience count today. Omnic really needs to step up his game if he wants to prevent a quick finish here. Lancer is really playing a clean series today. Omnic is refusing to just go away, keeping this closer than anyone expected. Lancer has typically been the one to take these matchups. Omnic is picking up speed here, taking Lancer down off the wine to keep the momentum swinging. Lancer is just one step away from closing this series after a nearly perfect round. That quick exchange just put the pressure back on Omnic. Omnic secures this one from the wine, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. What a response! He's showing incredible heart to keep this series alive. Lancer needs to shake this off before he loses his lead. Lancer closes out the game with a perfect shot from the wine to secure the victory. He really pushed him to the limit there, but the higher seed just had the edge when it mattered most. He had to work for that. Welcome to the show. Ignis and Lancer are stepping onto dunes to see who comes out on top today. Lancer looked really comfortable with that height advantage to open things up. Lancer seems to have the psychological edge after their last meeting. Lancer is making short work of these early exchanges, simply too quick on the trigger. A tough way to start for the favorite here. Unbelievable, that was a total brawl, and he barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. It's a rough stretch for him, considering those 10 losses today. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, taking full control of the early game. He's really capitalizing on that 16-13 victory from their last set. Ignis finally answers back, keeping his composure to get on the board. Ignis really holds the historical advantage with those 1080 total wins over Lancer, but that long-term lead doesn't seem to be helping him today. It's a strange dynamic because we're seeing his current struggle clash with his typical dominance in this rivalry. Lancer is cruising, now holding a commanding 6-2 lead. Lancer is just moving through these rounds so quickly now, giving Ignis no time to even breathe. Lancer has a huge cushion now, leading 7-3. He's had a bit of a struggle throughout his matches today. Lancer is just relentless, stretching the lead to 8-3. Lancer is really putting on a strong showing today. We head into the break with Lancer leading 9-3. I mean, nobody expected the underdog to be this far ahead. He is playing a completely different game than the favorite right now. Time to switch sides. Lancer is showing a far more consistent level of play right now, especially with that 5-2 record over the last day. Well, it really stands in contrast to the struggles Ignis has faced throughout this session. It looks like Lancer is simply operating at a higher peak today. Lancer is just too aggressive today, securing another fast one from the box. Lancer just needs to stay focused here, because Ignis is definitely refusing to go down without a fight. Ignis continues to chip away at that lead, using the elevation to secure another win. He is on fire right now, continuing this hot streak with another perfect sequence. He's just completely taking over from the box, bringing this streak to 4 straight. Absolute chaos. He manages to edge out that firefight, leaving him just 1 step away from victory. He just barely managed to hold on to that lead. Lancer finishes it off right here. He seals the deal and claims the victory. Lancer just puts a huge stamp on this series, proving once again that he's the man to beat today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Omnic and Ignis facing off today, though Ignis enters as the favorite. What a scrap! Ignis scrapes through that encounter with a sliver of health left. It looks like that prior victory on Mapas is still fresh in his mind. Ignis has clearly owned this rivalry with a 68% win rate across their head-to-head history. It's a huge mental advantage, but he's looking very shaky today compared to his usual self. Now we have to see if Omnic can keep this pressure up. Ignis is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. A difficult run of games lately for Omnic, but he's fighting back. And just like that, Omnic levels the playing field. A surprising turnaround, given that he's the lower rated player here. Omnic is really putting on a show here, quickly picking Ignis off the Tetris to stretch his lead. A bit concerning for a player ranked in the upper half of the ladder. We are completely deadlocked at 3-0. That's a huge gap in experience, and it's starting to show. Ignis regains the upper hand, pushing ahead 4-3. The higher rated player is starting to exert his will on the server. He's fully back in control, picking up another round from the box to extend his lead. The lower ranked player is starting to look completely outclassed. Their momentum has completely shifted and he's now claiming 4 straight. The difference in their recent form is staring us right in the face. Omnic is showing some real grit, clawing another one back to stay in this. He needs another strong push to overcome that gap in ranking. Ignis is making it look easy from the top, holding a pretty comfortable cushion as we approach the break. He really seems to have this angle figured out. It's 7-5 in favor of Ignis. This has played out pretty much how we anticipated. The top-seeded player has the lead, but Omnic is making him work for every single point. Time for a clean slate. Omnic is really struggling today, having only won 10 of 25 matches over the last 24 hours. So yeah, it's been a brutal stretch of games for him. He's just not showing the stability needed to climb back into this series. He's refusing to go away, securing another clean win to close the gap. That's a complete reversal of how the first half went. Absolute composure from Omnic to tie this series up, looking completely untouchable right now. The momentum has shifted completely from the start of this series. He's on fire right now, taking full control of the map with another huge win. A total nightmare for the favorite to be in this position. Ignis answers back immediately from the ramp to bring this back to a dead heat. The comeback continues as he earns another point, putting the pressure squarely on the favorite. Unbelievable. Omnic has fought back to a 10-10 stalemate. The rank 23 player is finally starting to stabilize. The momentum is swinging back and Ignis is looking much more comfortable as he puts himself in a commanding spot. Just a blink of an eye and Ignis is now one step away from the victory. Game over! Ignis finishes the job with a clean shot to close out the series. He really had to fight through that mid-game slump to secure this one. Omnic put up a hell of a battle. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Lancer facing off on fast aim, with Lancer entering as the strong favorite. What a nail biter! Lancer barely survives this exchange, finally picking him off the ramp. His head-to-head record against Omnic is already looking strong. Unreal, he barely clutched that duel from the ramp, scraping by with almost nothing left. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Just a total shutout as he wipes Omnic off the ramp to complete the 3-round sweep. He's really capitalizing on that rating gap today. Absolute perfection. He's completely locked in with a 4th straight win. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, managing a perfect 5-round run. Finally, a result in his favor, shaking off the pressure with a clean win. His rank suggests he should be dominating this series. Omnic is putting up a fight now, coming off the ramp to keep this momentum going. He's struggling to mirror the success of his recent match against Ignis. Lancer has a huge 70% win rate in his recent matches. I mean, it explains why he's looking so comfortable with this cushion. He's simply too consistent right now for Omnic to keep up. Omnic is starting to claw back, quickly shutting down Lancer's attempt to hold that window. He's definitely showing some grit, despite the lower ladder position. Lancer makes a quick read on the window to put some distance between them again. He's managed a solid 6-2 run across his games today. Lancer is nearly out of reach with an 8-3 lead. Lancer looks a lot more relaxed than he did against Ignis. Lancer takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly everything is going exactly as we expected. He is really punishing the lower rated player here, and it looks like a quick finish is coming. Time to see if Omnic recovers. Omnic takes the lead back for a moment, punishing Lancer for playing it too safe on the ramp. A tough run for him lately, with 5 straight losses leading up to this. Lancer has completely owned this matchup with 3 wins in their last 4 meetings, and honestly, he's proving again that the rating difference is quite real today. It's looking like a very quick wrap-up for the favorite. Lancer is cruising now, extending his lead to 10-5. He's definitely fighting through a tough stretch of losses today. Lancer's firmly in control with a 10-6 lead. He's certainly fighting through a rough patch with a 20% win rate lately. Lancer quickly secures that advantage from the ramp, keeping the pressure high. Omnic just needs one big push to stay in the game. Omnic is really starting to close the gap, making this way more competitive than it looked at the start. A massive gap on the ladder, yet he's still under pressure. Omnic is refusing to go away, showing some great poise while playing from that window position. Lancer has typically held the upper hand in their past meetings. Lancer shuts it down from the ramp, bringing him to a 12-8 lead. Lancer is really making a case for that favorite label. Omnic manages to get this one, delaying the inevitable for just a moment longer. He's finally showing some consistency with these sporadic picks. He continues to dig in, securing another round from the ramp to keep this dream alive. Lancer has to tighten up his focus to avoid any further slip-ups. And that's it. Lancer closes the door with a crisp finish from the ramp to seal the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there, showing a lot of heart to keep this one so tight. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off to see who comes out on top today. Lancer is coming into this with a lot of momentum, including a 6-win streak in his last 10 matches. And it looks like he's carrying that confidence right into this series. We'll see if that current heat can outweigh the historical advantage Ignis usually holds in this rivalry. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat now. The slight underdog is starting to push back. We've completely reset the board. This is officially a toss-up again. He's fighting to stay steady after a tough day so far. Lancer is just one step ahead at 3-2. The gap between these two on the ladder is almost non-existent. Lancer is really putting the squeeze on Ignis now at 4-2. A tricky spot for the player sitting at 11:33 today. Lancer is simply too fast right now, extending his lead with another quick victory. Lancer is proving he can handle this high pressure encounter. Ignis shows some serious grit here, outdueling his opponent in a blink to trim that deficit. What a chaotic exchange. Lancer barely scrapes through that encounter to reclaim the lead. The favorite is certainly justifying the pre-match expectations today. Both players landed heavy shots, but Ignis had just enough left to secure the edge. The trades are getting faster as we head toward the break. A complete shutout here. Ignis keeps the momentum swinging as we approach the halfway point. A huge swing of momentum as the half winds down. We're all squared up at 6-6 as we head into the break. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect to see from two players this closely ranked. Lancer looks dangerous, but Ignis is holding his ground perfectly. He's absolutely refusing to go away, taking the lead in a hard-fought encounter. He's certainly shaking off the rust since that last loss. And just like that, Ignis ties it up at 7-all. It's a mirror image of their last meeting on the dunes. Lancer claws back a tiny lead, putting him at 8. The head-to-head history heavily favors the man trailing right now. Lancer has completely seized control here, taking 3 in a row to push the lead back up. And he's back in it, refusing to let that lead snowball. The pressure is mounting for the higher ranked side now. A perfect encounter for Ignis, bringing the game right back to a dead heat. The momentum has completely shifted back toward the underdog. He's simply on fire, taking full control of the map now. The shift in power is palpable at this point. A few rapid shots and he earns a hard-fought tie. He's really looking sharp today after that strong 7-2 run. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, showing that his current form might be the deciding factor here. Lancer is absolutely dominating this stretch, putting himself just 1 win away from the victory. He's looking incredibly sharp with the rifle right now. He's not going down without the fight, digging in deep to keep this series alive. A huge moment for the lower seed to keep his hopes alive. Incredible! He claws his way back to a dead heat, forcing us into the extra frames. A total deadlock as we enter the final stretch of regulation. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, taking 3 straight to reclaim the lead. He is simply locking down this entire half of the match. Simply a total wipeout as he extends this incredible run to 4 straight. Absolutely zero room for error now for Lancer. An absolute blur of a round and he's just one more away from sealing the deal. Unreal Ignis shuts the door with a flawless shot to complete this incredible recovery and secure the series. He really looked like he had the map figured out in the middle, but that ending was just unbelievable. He fought his way back from the brink to get the revenge he wanted. What a fight. Welcome to Italy. Let's get things started with Omnic facing off against the heavy favorite Ignis. Ignis has won 69% of their head-to-head meetings in the past. It's a huge historical advantage that we're seeing completely ignored in this opening round. Now let's see if Ignis can actually pull ridiculing and upset-minded Omnic back into the match. Omnic is really dominating with a 2-1 lead. He is definitely playing a lot better than his rank 23 standing suggests. The reaction time on both sides has been incredible so far, with almost every round finishing in under 4 seconds. He's completely shaking off that recent 6-game skid. Ignis is fighting hard to bridge that 3-2 gap. That was a lightning-fast exchange to level the playing field. Omnic's just untouchable right now, holding a commanding 4-2. Ignis is feeling the pressure of his poor 12:33 run today. This is becoming a real toss-up, with the momentum swinging back and forth every single round. Deadlocked at 4 apiece, these two are completely equal. That's a huge mental shift after his struggle in the last 10 games. He is completely in control now, putting together a strong 3-round run. He's simply performing like the higher rated player here. That was way too easy, putting him right back on even ground. A massive result for him, considering his struggle lately. Ignis claws back to a narrow lead at 6-5. His recent 13-10 win against this opponent is starting to look like a pattern. Ignis takes the lead 7-5 heading into the break. You know, things are unfolding just as we anticipated. He's keeping a steady grip on the match for now. Let's see who comes out hotter. Omnic is narrowing the gap, trailing by just one. Pure lightning, fast reflex on that last kill. Ignis has really leveraged his experience here, having won about half of all his games on this map. And honestly, it's translating into a composure that Omnic just hasn't been able to match. The pressure is starting to build on the underdog as we approach the final stretch. He's just not letting up, taking another round to extend the gap. His superior ranking is starting to look like a wall right now. He holds that wine position perfectly, extending his lead to 11-6. This reflects the gap between their current ratings perfectly. He's absolutely ruthless right now, cruising toward the finish line with a 5th straight victory. What a way to close it out. Ignis takes the final duel to secure the victory. He's really shaking off that slump now. It's just a night where the rankings played out exactly as expected. Welcome to the show. We have Lancer and Omnic facing off on red line today, with Lancer entering as the strong favorite. Omnic has a struggling win rate of 33% overall. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who has historically controlled this head-to-head matchup. We have to see if that early lead can actually translate into a full series victory. Omnic is surprisingly on top with a 2-1 lead. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on fast aim. We are seeing a real back and forth battle here, with neither player able to put together a meaningful streak. Lancer fights back to take a narrow 3-2 lead. He looks a lot more comfortable than he did in that loss to Ignis. Omnic manages to clear him off the ramp, and we've got a dead heat here. The odds definitely didn't predict this kind of parity. Omnic just edges ahead, claiming a 4-3 advantage. Lancer is quick to respawn, picking Omnic right off the ramp to keep this set perfectly level. Lancer is certainly playing to his usual standard in this pair. Omnic recaptures the lead, moving ahead 5-4. Hard to believe he's holding his own despite the ranking gap. Omnic is starting to snowball here, and it's looking like we might have a genuine upset on our hands. He's showing far more confidence than in that close loss to Ignis. Lancer secures a solid position on the ramp and proves just how tough he is to put away. It's a tough spot for him, having struggled so much lately. Omnic leads 7-5 going into the break. It's a surprising start given Lancer's huge advantage in the rankings. We're seeing a very different fight than anyone anticipated for this map. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic is effectively defying a 926 record from the last day. He is simply not playing like someone who has spent most of his morning in the lose column. It's a huge shift in momentum for him. Absolutely wild exchange. Omnic barely survives that scrap to widen his gap. Lancer just can't find a way to respond today. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-6. He's showing the class that puts him in the top half of the ladder. Omnic shuts him down on the ramp and is now just 3 rounds away from the win. Really putting the pressure on the 25th seed right now. Lancer manages to secure that ramp again and holds a strong line for this round. Lancer is certainly trying to get back to that usual dominance. The reaction time in these latest exchanges is just incredible. Omnic is ending these rounds almost instantly. Lancer gets the better of him from that ramp position to narrow things down. He's trying to claw back some of that dominance we've seen in their head-to-head. Lancer keeps his foot on the gas, picking him off from those boxes. He's finally starting to lean into that top tier rank. What a fight! Omnic almost goes down, but he survives the exchange to move into a commanding 12-9 lead. He's just refusing to let this lead slip. Lancer stays composed and scores a crisp point to keep his hopes alive. A desperate struggle now for the favorite to keep pace. He secures another point from that ramp position, refusing to let this game end just yet. His overall experience is really starting to show in these clutch moments. Lancer manages to outduel his opponent from the ramp to level the score. A sudden shift in power as we head into this finale. Omnic stops the slide with a perfect shot to reclaim the lead. A massive shakeup considering the gap in the ratings. Lancer is showing incredible grit, squaring this series up at 13-13 with a totally clean finish. Absolute chaos as we head straight into a tiebreaker. Lancer manages to survive a fierce exchange and climbs back into the lead at 14-13. This is a genuine stalemate. We've hit a complete deadlock here in the tiebreaker. Lancer had the upper hand in almost every clash they've shared. Lancer puts on a show of pure grit, holding his ground from the ramp to bring him one step closer to victory. A clean execution to put the pressure back on. What a performance! Lancer closes it out to complete an incredible comeback victory. He really had to dig deep to get this one over the line. Omnic played out of his skin in overtime. What a series! Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes today for a great matchup between Ignis and Lancer. Let's see who takes the win. Lancer has managed a strong run of 8-3 in the last 24 hours. That high level of confidence should be a huge advantage considering how tough this matchup historically is for him. He'll be looking to keep this momentum rolling. Ignis shows a lot of poise there, pulling that win off while Lancer was perched up high. The overall head-to-head strongly favors the man in the red jersey. Lancer is absolutely dominating this set, leading 3-1. The higher ranked player will need to step up soon. Lancer is just too quick, picking him up from the box in a blink of an eye. Ignis struggled to find a foothold today, dropping most of his last 46 games. Unreal! He barely scrapes through that exchange, taking down the opponent from the box with a hair's breadth of health. A clean response there, and the momentum swings back slightly in his favor. A promising sign for the underdog to start clawing back. Ignis has held the upper hand in over 57% of their lifelong clashes, and honestly it's surprising to see him trailing this far behind. He usually finds a way to outduel Lancer over a long series. We'll see if he can turn this around. Lancer completely shuts down any hopes of a comeback, claiming another round to firmly seize control. It's a stark contrast to how the two played on Blame Orange. Lancer barely escapes that firefight with his life, digging deep to secure another victory. Lancer goes into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. Honestly, this is a total shock given that Ignis was supposed to cruise through this series. Lancer is putting on a show right now. Time for a complete reset. Lancer is cruising with a massive 10-3 cushion. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure from those previous losses to his rival. Ignis had him for a second, but Lancer is just too sharp today to let any gap open up. Tough spot to be in after such a solid victory on Blame Orange. Lancer is on a total roll and now he's just one round away from the win. He just completely erased any hope of a comeback. And there it is. Lancer shuts the door on this match with a final decisive flick. He really just took over the server. It's a complete shift in energy from that previous set on Orange. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a match between Omnic and the heavily favored Ignis. Good luck to both. Ignis holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 69% of their past meetings. That historical dominance gives him a huge mental edge coming into this series. It'll be tough for Omnic to shift that momentum. Omnic is really heating up, leading 2-1. Both players took a lot of damage in that trade, but the momentum stays with him. Complete reversal from their last meeting. A swift response from Ignis to trim the deficit. Expectations are shifting for the lower ranked side right now. What a scramble! Ignis barely survives from the Tetris with a sliver of health left to tie it up. It's getting harder for the underdog to maintain the lead. Omnic just proved that high ground isn't always a guarantee, taking him right off the Tetris blocks. Omnic is sitting at a tough 33% all-time win rate, and honestly, he spent most of his day struggling to close out maps. It will be interesting to see if this early lead is enough to secure a rare victory. And he keeps it rolling, simply picking his opponent off the ramp for a 4th straight. A very tidy play from Ignis to wrap up this half. He needs to find another gear to close the distance. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is an absolute shock considering he is ranked almost 20 spots lower. He's fighting way above his weight class right now. Let's see if Ignis wakes up. Omnic is just relentlessly extending his lead to 8-5. Despite the gap in skill, he's just refused to back down. Omnic is just cruising now with a commanding 9-5 lead. Ignis is starting to push back, but he still has quite a climb ahead of him if he wants this map. He's looking for a spark after a tough 13-34 days so far. He's staying poised, securing another effortless round to keep the pressure climbing. The gap in their ratings is starting to matter now. He secured another win from the ramp, bringing the score to 9-8. The higher ranked player is finally asserting himself here. Absolutely sensational! He's erased that deficit entirely to bring us level at 9-9. Complete shift in control as we head into the final stretch. Unbelievable. Omnic barely makes it out of that exchange alive to take the lead. He's really putting that low ranking to the side today. Ignis is refusing to buckle, fighting his way back to a dead even score. He's finally playing like the favorite we expected to see today. That's another quick victory for the favorite, moving him just 2 rounds away from closing this out. Just total efficiency from the server leader here. He clawed through a brutal trade to put himself just 1 round away from the win. He is simply outclassing his opponent in every exchange right now. What a performance! Ignis finishes him off with a clean shot to secure the series. He really had to dig deep to get that one over the line. Omnic played out of his mind to push him to the limit. He had to work for that. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on Fast Aim, with Lancer entering as the clear favorite. Lancer holds a huge psychological edge with 5 wins in their head-to-head history. It's clear that this mental gap is creating some real pressure for Omnic. He'll need to find a way to break this pattern quickly to stay in the series. Omnic is absolutely flying right now, taking the lead and looking sharp from the ramp. He's just unstoppable right now, putting a real grip on this set. Totally flipping the script on the recent head-to-head history. Absolutely crushing it now, walking away from that encounter without taking a single hit. Just a huge shift from his recent slump on the ladder. Lancer finally answers back with a lightning fast kill to keep this series close. Omnic just shuts that down, catching Lancer right as he stepped onto the ramp. Lancer had looked so clean in his prior wins today. Lancer is showing some real grit here, shutting the door on that attempt with an effortless shot. What a fight! He barely survives that encounter, clinging to a tiny sliver of health to secure the round. He's really defying the expectations we had coming into this series. Omnic has been struggling lately, coming in with a tough 827 record over the last day. It's actually quite surprising to see him outclassing someone as highly rated as Lancer. He is really turning the tide of this series. Omnic holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. And honestly, the guy who was supposed to lose this one is playing a completely different game. He's simply outperforming Lancer right now. Time for a Lancer to wake up. Omnic is just dominating, sitting pretty at 9-4. A shocking turnaround given the difference in their ladder positions. Omnic is just running away with this, leading 10-4. Lancer just had a strong 13-3 result against Ignis earlier today. Lancer is fighting back, but he still has a mountain to climb to get this match back on his side. Lancer just can't find a way to string together any momentum right now. Lancer just can't find his footing against the number 41 seed. Both of them were fighting for the high ground on the ramp, and Lancer just came out on top. Lancer is showing a lot of resilience here, picking up another quick round and closing that gap. He's definitely proven that the ranking gap is there for a reason. Omnic just puts a stop to the comeback, knocking Lancer off the ramp to reach match point. He just completely silenced any hope of another comeback. Lancer manages a clean get to delay the inevitable. He's definitely not ready to hand this over just yet. He's refusing to let this game slide away easily. Lancer secures another point from the ramp, putting an end to that brief run. Still looks like he's got a fighting chance in this. What a way to wrap it up! Omnic claims the final round and secures the victory. He's really broken the curse today, finally getting the upper hand on one of the toughest opponents in the league. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off in a close matchup to see who takes the win. Unbelievable. He claws back from the absolute brink to take the first round. A huge swing from the blowout result we saw earlier today. Lancer was the slight favorite coming into this match, but he's looking out of sorts early on. It's quite the contrast considering how completely he shut down Ignis in their last meeting. He'll need to find a way to disrupt the tempo before the lead grows. That was effortless. He's finally digging in and keeping this series interesting. He's refusing to go away, putting on a strong showing to narrow this gap. Lancer is fighting back hard to bring this right back to a deadlock. Ignis holds a 2-round cushion heading into this next one. Ignis is really pulling away now at 5-2. He's showing some real grit, preventing a total collapse in this half. Quick reaction there to keep things tight. Oh my, he almost didn't make it. Ignis barely survives a chaotic brawl to extend the lead. That's an impressive head-to-head record for the man in the lead. A solid response here, keeping his hopes alive by cutting into that lead. The higher rated player is starting to assert himself. Ignis has an impressive 57% win rate in their head-to-head history. Well, it seems like he's leveraging that confidence to outpace his opponent right now. If he can maintain this rhythm, he'll be in a great position to close out the regulation half. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. I mean, the top seed is firmly in the driver's seat here. He's making the most of that historical edge to keep Lancer on the back foot. That's a lightning fast reaction to keep the pressure on the lead. A quick double there to really close the gap. That's the second fastest exchange of the match so far. Lancer is simply refusing to crumble, leveling the score in an absolutely one-sided exchange. What a scramble he manages to edge out that chaotic firefight just in time to take the lead. He just barely scraped through that one. Ignis recaptures a 2-round advantage to regain control. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of those earlier losses. That was a complete shutdown, showing exactly why he is staying dangerous in this set. Lancer definitely won't be letting this slip away now. Lancer is completely unfazed, securing a dead-even scoreline with a perfect response. Ignis manages to snatch a narrow 10-9 edge. This is exactly how we'd expect his overall head-to-head dominance to look. The momentum has completely shifted. Ignis is looking far too strong right now. It's a complete flip from that blowout on the dunes. Ignis is completely in control now, taking this round without taking any damage. He's putting on a clinic, completely defying those pre-match odds. What a way to close it out. Ignis is absolutely untouchable and secures the victory right here. He just completely shut the door on this one. Lancer tried his best to keep it tight, but the consistency was just too high today. Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Omnic facing off against the favorite Ignis in today's exciting duel. Ignis has owned this rivalry with a 70% win rate over their entire history. It's clear why he's the heavy favorite coming into this map. The real question is if Omnic can find any way to shake that mental weight. Both players were fighting for the same space on the ramp, but Omnic was just a split second faster. The rankings really didn't predict this kind of start for the underdog. We are completely deadlocked now with both at 2. He's comfortably sitting in the upper half of the ladder. Omnic is just lighting people up right now, taking control of the momentum. He's really playing like a top 20 player right now. Unbelievable. He almost lost it all, but somehow scrapes through a chaotic trade to take the lead. He manages to clear him off the ramp, securing yet another round in this surge. That's a complete flip from their last encounter on Blade map. He's simply on another level right now, pushing his advantage to a 4-round streak. Ignis finally puts a stop to that run, getting back on the board. He's definitely starting to settle into the map. Omnic is fighting through a tough stretch with only a 10% win rate in his last 10 games. He's really defying those odds today. It's a massive turnaround from his usual performance and he looks completely unfazed by the pressure. Omnic simply has too much control right now, quickly picking him off the ramp to extend his lead. His recent record is struggling, yet he seems perfectly relaxed. Omnic heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, everything about this match predicted a victory for the higher ranked player. He's completely flipped the script on his opponent so far. Let's see how Ignis responds here. Omnic continues to dominate, stretching it to 9-4. It's a tough spot for a player ranked 40th on the ladder. What a scramble! Ignis barely survives that exchange to clear his opponent off the ramp. He is certainly finding his footing after that rough start. What a nail biter! He barely walks away from that exchange with his life, but it's another round for Omnic. He's really putting that rank 40 spot to the test. Omnic is just tearing through the competition here, putting a massive amount of pressure on the favorite. He's completely reversed the result from their last meeting. Ignis is finally starting to claw his way back, picking up 2 quick rounds in a row. Ignis is starting to put a real dent in that lead, turning the tide with a pair of quick wins. The gap in their overall track records is really starting to show. He secures this one from the ramp and is now just 1 round away from the victory. He's really shutting down any attempt at a comeback. What a way to finish it! Omnic closes the door and secures the victory. Honestly, he just looked completely untouchable out there. A really impressive performance to shake off that losing streak and get the win. Welcome to the stream. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to dominate this match. Lancer has a distinct advantage in their history, having won 5 of their last 7 head-to-head encounters. And since he's the higher rated player in this match, the early momentum is exactly where we'd expect it to be. We just need to see if Omnic can pull off another surprise. Lancer holds a tight lead, 2 rounds to 1. He's definitely feeling the pressure after those couple of losses earlier today. Lancer is really starting to build a cushion here. He's taking full control of the early game. Lancer is proving a bit more reliable than his last few series suggest. Lancer has simply run away now with a massive 4-1 lead. He's looking sharp, especially after that tough loss on fast aim earlier. Lancer is just unstoppable right now, continuing a fierce run of his own. The higher seed is really putting the pressure on here. He is just completely untouchable right now, taking an absolute stranglehold on this series. The gap in their overall experience is showing. Omnic finally finds his opening and manages to claw one back. The struggle is real for the lower seeded player today. Lancer has a 43% win rate on this map, and that historical comfort is translating into a huge lead. It's clear he's simply outclassing his opponent in the raw firefights. It'll be tough for Omnic to find a way back from here. Lancer keeps the pace with a solid 7-4 lead. This looks a lot like their most recent fight on fast aim. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, the favorite is firmly in control here. Despite a late push from Omnic, the rankings are reflecting the current scoreline perfectly. Fresh start for both of them. Lancer extends his grip to an 8-5 advantage. Lancer has played nearly 4 times as many games overall as his opponent. Omnic is staying dogged, putting up a fierce fight to close the gap. He's definitely finding his footing as the tension ramps up. He is really digging in now, staying aggressive to chip away at that deficit. He's really starting to shake the odds of this match. Unbelievable, Omnic has completely erased that deficit to tie things up at 8-8. Suddenly, it's anyone's game after that turnaround. Lancer answers back quickly, taking the lead again. It's a tough break for the lower seeded competitor. What a scramble! He manages to survive the exchange to bring this series level at 9-9. Lancer edges ahead again, taking a slim 10-9 lead. The higher rated player is refusing to let this slip away. Lancer is starting to put some serious distance between himself and Omnic as we head into the final stretch. Omnic is showing incredible resolve, taking this round without taking a single point of damage. Lancer puts the pressure right back on and is now just a single round away from victory. A classic high-stakes duel where the seed advantage often tells. What a response! He's simply refusing to go down and has clawed his way back within a single round. It's becoming a real dogfight between these two. What an incredible finish! He clings on by a thread to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, making that higher seed sweat for every single point. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer are heading to Mappas to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Ignis holds a substantial historical lead in this head-to-head, having won over 1,000 matches against Lancer. It's surprising to see him starting slow, given that he's the one typically expected to come out on top. We need to see if he can actually close this gap early. Lancer takes a slender lead, pushing ahead 2-1. He's definitely had a tougher run through the league today. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, looking very comfortable with this early lead. Lancer is currently riding a higher wave of form in his last 10. Wow! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. He's really capitalizing on that hot start we saw against Omnic earlier. Incredible grit from Ignis, dragging himself through a brutal fight to push his opponent off the ramp. The slight edge in the betting didn't account for this grit. Lancer is simply too fast today, quickly shutting down Ignis' attempt to hold the blue. The odds were lean, but Lancer is playing exactly to his advantage. That was a clean stop, proving Ignis is far from finished in this series. Still very much a contest despite the early lead. Lancer is quickly taking control of the pace, making short work of Ignis despite him holding the red. He's definitely looking for revenge after that loss on Italy too. He just walked right through the opposition, proving he's not backing down easily. Lancer has put together a very strong 10-5 run over the last day. He is really translating that peak form into this specific series. It will be tough for Ignis to find a way back into this if he can disrupt that momentum immediately. Lancer is cruising with an 8-4 lead. The favorite is really struggling here. Lancer has turned the tables on the match, completely defying the head-to-head history that usually favors Ignis. Ignis is finally showing some life, picking up a quick fight from the ramp to keep himself in the game. That's definitely a swing from the way the odds look today. Lancer is really dominating, holding a commanding 4-round lead. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's really trying to shake off that frustration from the Omnic loss. Lancer is just not letting Ignis get any breathing room today. Lancer is managing to capitalize on his side of the map today. Lancer's in a great spot now, leading 10-7. It's a bit ironic seeing him struggle while ranked higher on the ladder. He's showing serious resolve, putting together a strong sequence to chip away at that deficit. The underdog is starting to look a lot more dangerous. Unbelievable, he barely survives with a tiny sliver of health, keeping his streak alive. A complete reversal of the momentum in this series. Lancer quickly regains his footing and secures the kill from the ramp. He needed that reset to keep things tight. He's showing a lot of fight, continuing to climb back into this series. That's definitely a different energy than the one he brought to his match against Kale. What a sudden shutdown! Lancer just puts himself on the brink of victory. Lancer just completely shut the door on any hope for a comeback. He refuses to go down without a fight, staying completely untouched to keep the dream alive. It is a desperate climb for the guy who entered this as the under-favorite. What a fight! He forces the dead heat at 12-12, pushing this duel straight into overtime. Pure chaos as we enter the extra frames. He's absolutely relentless right now, completely shutting down the opposition to move within striking distance. Lancer is really feeling the weight of these last few rounds. Lancer answers back instantly, putting a stop to the pressure by knocking Ignis off the ramp. Despite the ladder edge, Ignis is really struggling to keep the lead. Lancer is putting on a clinic in these overtime rounds, showing no signs of slowing down. That was an incredibly fast sequence of events. He's just too sharp right now, pulling far ahead and putting himself in a position to end this series. His composure throughout the server has been frightening today. Absolute perfection from the finisher to close this out and seal the victory. Just a phenomenal display of mental toughness from the winner to survive that overtime push. He really earned this victory. What a match. Welcome everyone to Dunes! We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Ignis in today's match. Ignis has historically dominated this pairing with a 69% win rate. It's clear the higher rated player is attempting to re-establish that authority here. We'll see if Ignis can fully capitalize on that gap today. What a scramble! He barely clings to life, walking away with just a sliver of health left. A very tough start for the 37th ranked player. Omnic is playing very fast right now, and he just completely shut down Ignis from the box. The momentum looks shaky for the favorite right now. We're all squared up now as they head into round 5. He's really digging in against a much higher rated opponent today. Absolute control from the underdog who just claimed his 3rd straight victory. He's certainly not playing like someone ranked 37th. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over the map, making it a dominant 4-round surge. He is simply outclassing the favorite right now, securing a total shutdown in under a second. Ignis quickly punishes him off the box, showing some grit to keep this contest close. He claims another one from the box, refusing to let the lead slip further away. That was a gritty exchange, but he manages to secure the tie with another victory. That's 3 in a row for him to level the playing field. A totally clean look for Omnic, taking the lead just before we head into the mid-game break. He's really putting that previous win from their other meeting to good use. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge surprise given the rating difference. He is looking far too sharp for Ignis to handle right now. Time for the side swap. A flawless start to the half for the favorite, who continues to claw back into this set. He is starting to prove why he entered this match with the edge. Omnic is fighting against a tough 10-25 record today, and honestly his current form makes this lead even more surprising. He's completely ignored the odds and is playing like he owns the server. We'll see if he can maintain this pace. Omnic maintains a 2-round cushion as we move forward. Ignis is certainly feeling the pressure from the lower seed today. Omnic is just starting to pull away, putting a real dent in Ignis' hopes for a comeback. Ignis finds the answer from the box, showing some real heart in this effort to close the gap. Ignis just won a chaotic firefight to drop him off the box. The pressure is really mounting for the leader right now. Omnic puts another one in the win column, shutting him down from the high ground. He's showing why the ranking gap hasn't stopped him tonight. Ignis stays composed in this exchange, refusing to let his opponent put the game away. The momentum is shifting, and he's starting to look like the higher-seeded player. A total shutout here, and the pressure is now firmly on the shoulders of Ignis. He is really making this a fight to the finish. What an answer! He refuses to go down without a fight and keeps himself alive in this series. Absolute madness. He's clawed his way back to tie the series at 12-all. Neither player can pull ahead in this grueling series. The pressure is starting to feel immense for Ignis now that he's fallen behind again. He is really continuing to play the spoiler against a top 25 opponent. A perfect response from Ignis, locking it down to keep this overtime battle completely level. He refuses to let up, extending the lead to 14-13 as the pressure of this comeback peak intensifies. He's really starting to dictate the pace here. Neither player can gain a real advantage, and this just keeps swinging back and forth. His target rich environment hasn't quite panned out with 15 wins today. Ignis stays incredibly sharp, taking full control to put himself just one step away from victory. The experience gap is showing in these high-pressure moments. What a read! Omnic shuts things down completely, bringing us back to a dead heat at 15-15. Neither one is giving an inch in this marathon. Omnic edges ahead by 1 in this absolute nail-biter. A deadlock at 16, all for both these fighters. Omnic just snatched the lead, pushing ahead 17-16. He's making that recent victory on Redline feel like more than a fluke. Omnic has a commanding 2-round lead over Ignis. The underdog is really making his mark in this series. Omnic is now firmly in the driver's seat at 19-16. He really showed a lot of spirit to close that out in overtime. Just a huge result for the underdog. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on Italy, with Lancer entering as the clear favorite. Lancer has been the much more successful player in their history, winning 6 of their last 8 meetings. It's clear that Omnic is fighting an uphill battle despite the fast start. I wonder if he can actually keep the pressure up. Absolute carnage in that exchange. Lancer claws out the win by a hair to tie things up. The skill gap is showing and Lancer is settling in. Lancer takes a commanding lead, pushing the tally to 2-1. He's really making the most of that rating advantage right now. Omnic strikes back and we are deadlocked at 2-all. He looks much more confident after that 13-9 victory earlier today. Lancer is starting to pull away here. He looks sharp and is reacting just a fraction faster. Lancer is firmly in control now, leading 4-2. That's the upper half of the ladder showing his strength. Omnic narrows the gap to just 1 round. Lancer hasn't had it easy today, coming off that 9-13 drop against Ignis. He's really starting to turn the tide here. Omnic has completely wiped away that early deficit. A surprising turn for the favorite today. He's simply untouchable right now, taking his 3rd straight for a 1-round advantage. The lower ranked player is making this look easy right now. A crisp response from Lancer to bring the scores level. That is a much more comfortable pace for him to play at. Lancer just can't be shaken, cleaning up from the wine area to keep his lead. That high win rate across their career matches is definitely playing a role. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is a shocking start for the favorite. Omnic is playing way above his usual 33% win rate, and he's really making Lancer sweat for every point. Reset time, let's see the shift. Lancer edges ahead, now sitting at a tight 7-6. The gap in experience is starting to show here. Omnic fights back to make it 7 apiece. His recent 11-5 run today is certainly keeping the pressure high. Omnic is really putting a leash on Lancer here. He's managed to jump into the lead and looks like he's in full control. The gap in rank is starting to feel irrelevant here. And just like that, they're locked at 8 each. Lancer's overall career success usually manifests in these deep water sets. Omnic steps up, grabbing a narrow 1-round lead. It's a total flip from how their last game on Orange went. These rounds are ending so quickly, it's basically a coin flip every time they peak. His upper half rank is definitely keeping things tight. Lancer manages to pull ahead with a thin 10-9 lead. Lancer's 70% success rate lately is showing up in the clutch. Omnic forces a deadlock at 10 apiece. A really unexpected result given the historical dominance from the other side. Unreal! Both of them were essentially dead in the water, but Omnic barely scraped through that exchange. He's really leaning into that confidence from his win over Ignis today. What a fight! Lancer barely manages to survive that brawl, shaking him off the wine to tie the set. This looks far more typical of their usual head-to-head results. Lancer just completely shut the door on that rally, putting himself one step away from victory. What a response. He refuses to let this game end, forcing us straight into overtime. Absolute chaos in this series as the two simply refuse to budge. Omnic has completely seized the initiative now, racking up 2 quick rounds to put himself in a commanding spot. A stunning flip from their last meeting in orange. Both players are playing an incredible game of chess here, with neither side able to sustain a lead for long. The momentum is swinging wildly, and now Omnic has a narrow cushion in this marathon of a series. Simply effortless, he just shuts down that rally and puts himself one step away from the victory. The pressure is clearly starting to get to him. A huge response from Lancer, holding the line from the wine to stay in this fight. He's refusing to let the game slip away. Another fast shot from Lancer to bring the tally level. He's just 1 round away from closing this out. The pressure is immense, as this turns into a complete war of attrition. Lancer barely survives to edge out a slim 16-15 advantage. Total deadlock as Omnic forces a 16, all tie. Lancer clawed back a lead, now edging it 17-16. Consistency from the 23rd seed in the rankings. Lancer extends his cushion to an 18-16 lead. Lancer is finally asserting that higher seed authority. Omnic answers back, leaving Lancer with a tiny 18-17 lead. This is basically a coin flip at this stage. Lancer is pulling ahead, now holding a 2-round buffer. He just keeps finding a way to close these things out. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime. He really had to dig deep. What a battle. Welcome to Redline. Ignis and Lancer are facing off today to see who comes out on top. Lancer is entering this one with a lot of confidence after a very strong 11-5 run over the last day. It's a sharp contrast to Ignis, who has really been struggling across his recent sets. We'll see if the underdog can keep this pressure high. Lancer just secures the narrow lead, taking the duel from the ramp. He's carrying a lot of momentum after that recent win on Mappas. Ignis gets a nice bit of height advantage there, and that puts things right back to a dead even split. Expectations were high for the favorite, but the pressure is shifting. Both players fought for the high ground there, but Ignis just out-dueled him in a tight spot. He's fighting a tough battle after those early losses today. Ignis just out-dueled him from the ramp, putting a strong string of wins together. It's a tough day so far for him, falling to 15-37. Another rapid snap from the ramp, and Ignis is just taking over this server. Lancer's high rating hasn't helped him keep up with this pace. Lancer manages to secure a completely clean response, showing he's not going down without a fight. Lancer is showing real grit here, sliding right through the defense to clear him off the ramp. He's really fighting to prove why he entered this server as the favorite. Ignis has a commanding head-to-head lead over the course of their history, and honestly, he's starting to prove that the legacy matchup matters more than the recent trend. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can shake that memory and find some ground. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead coming into the break. Well, the favorite is comfortably in the driver's seat right now. He used that early 4-round run to seize a strong advantage heading into the second half. Lancer needs a total reset here. Unbelievable. Lancer barely escapes with his life after shredding the opponent right off the ramp. He's putting that upper half ladder ranking to use. Another clean fight from the ramp as he keeps the pressure on. He's really tightening up his game as he claws back into this. A huge clash on the ramp, but Ignis is the one who comes out on top. It's a gutsy response for someone who's been struggling today. Ignis is making a strong push here, really utilizing those boxes to shut down Lancer's momentum. Lancer can't seem to maintain a lead for long tonight. The run continues for the favorite, putting a huge gap between them as he keeps rolling. The ranking gap hasn't played a factor so far today. A crushing blow to Lancer's hope as he gets dropped off that ramp. The momentum is completely shifted in his favor now. Just a glimpse of hope for him right now. Absolute perfection. To close it out, dropping Lancer right off that ramp to secure the victory. He's finally found some rhythm again after a rough start to the day. A great way to snap that losing streak. Welcome to the arena. We have Omnic taking on the heavy favorite Ignis in today's rifle duel. Wow, what a scramble. Omnic barely survives that fight after picking Ignis off the ramp. A tough start for the favorite in this pairing. Omnic just completely ignores the altitude advantage and puts Ignis on the floor for another quick round. Omnic just completely outclassed him, picking Ignis right off the ramp to move to 3-0. He's really putting on a clinic against the higher rated man today. Absolutely effortless. He's just not letting up on the pressure. Ignis finally finds his mark to get back on the board. Still a heavy uphill battle for the number 25 seed. Ignis holds a commanding historical lead with 44 wins in their head-to-head record. You'd expect that experience to translate into a huge advantage here, but it's not helping him at all. Now the pressure is really on for him to turn this around before it gets out of hand. Ignis shows some real grit here, digging deep to keep his momentum building. He's finally starting to put those early mistakes behind him. He secured another win from the ramp, barely clinging to a one-round deficit. He's completely flipped the script on this series. An absolute statement from Ignis, who earns an incredible 4th straight to even the score. This is exactly why he entered the match with such a high expectation. Omnic answers right back to regain the lead as we head toward the half. He really needed to put a stop to that run. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, this is definitely not the blowout most people expected. Omnic is holding his own despite the rating gap, though Ignis is finally starting to find a way back. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic just shuts that down, taking Ignis straight off the boost to hold a slim lead. A real shock to his system, especially after that 13-7 victory over Lancer earlier. That was a lightning-fast reaction by Ignis to bring things completely level at 7-7. Ignis manages to hold his ground from the ramp, continuing his climb back into this match. His composure is starting to look like that of a top seed. Absolute deadlock now, with both players sitting at 8. A huge shift from the usual patterns in their history. Unbelievable. He nearly went down, but manages to outlast the opposition from the Tetris with a sliver of health left. Absolutely heart-stopping close call on that final exchange. He just can't be stopped right now, securing his 3rd straight round in an absolute blink. He just completely shut him down, securing a flawless exchange to keep this rally alive. Omnic is really fighting back and has managed to build a decent lead here. We're seeing a total reversal of how these two usually match up. He's just one round away now after outplaying the favorite from the boost. It's getting very difficult for the favorite to find any answers. Unreal. He survives a brutal exchange to close out the match and secure the victory. He just keeps coming up with the clutch plays when it matters most. It's a massive result for the underdog here. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on Mappas, with the favorite looking strong today. Lancer has a massive head-to-head advantage here, holding 7 of their last 9 matchups. It's a psychological edge that usually proves decisive when two players know each other this well. Now we see if Omnic can actually break that pattern today. He is just totally outclassing his opponent right now, claiming a 3rd straight victory. Lancer is absolutely untouchable right now, strolling to a 4th straight victory. He is certainly making the most of that rank advantage today. A tough fight there, but Omnic finally secures a point by pulling him off the ramp. Lancer keeps the pressure high with a 5-1 lead. Lancer has a much larger sample size in his career. Lancer is in fantastic form today, cutting through the competition with a 12-6 record over the last 24 hours. You can really see that confidence translate to how he's controlling the pace of this series. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum holds through the half. Lancer's cruising now, comfortably ahead at 6-3. A clean response, keeping the pressure high for now. Omnic tried to put a dent in the lead, but Lancer is quickly shutting that down. He's really putting that rating gap into perspective. Lancer still holds a commanding 7-4 lead. Omnic has found some stability after a tough 11-24 run today. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the favorite is playing exactly as expected. He's clearly more comfortable on Mappas, but Omnic is fighting back enough to keep this close. Time for a quick reset. Another sharp execution here as the underdog continues to claw back into this set. The gap in their ladder rankings is certainly shrinking as this match evolves. Lancer still maintains a slim 2-round edge over Omnic. His higher ranking is starting to reflect in the gameplay. The fight is getting tighter as Omnic continues this charge to close the distance. It's a much tighter contest than the analysts predicted. What a fight! Lancer barely escapes with his life after trading shots from the ramp. Man, that was a hard-stopping finish. He's showing some real grit here, continuing to chip away at that deficit. He is proving far more resilient than the experts expected. Unbelievable. We are completely level now, and he's simply not letting this match slip away. A complete reversal of fortunes as the pressure shifts entirely onto the favorite. Lancer barely holds onto the lead at 10-9. The higher seeded player is just starting to reassert himself. Lancer is really tightening the noose here, putting a real damper on that comeback attempt. He's simply too consistent for his opponent right now. Absolutely wild scramble there. Omnic nearly goes down but manages to claw through a desperate exchange to stay in the game. Unbelievable. We are all square now as he continues this incredible surge. Everything's back on the line for both of these guys. Another effortless round for Omnic, who now looks poised to end this whole thing. The confidence shift is palpable right now. What a finish! Omnic survives the trade to secure the map and complete a stunning turnaround. Lancer really fought a war today, but the mental barrier finally broke. He just couldn't close the door on a guy who refused to quit. Hard fought win! Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Ignis and Lancer stepping up for this duel to see who comes out on top. Ignis is leaning into a heavy historical advantage, owning a 57% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a dynamic that Lancer is already feeling after losing their most recent bout. We'll see if the higher-seeded player can make it a sweep today. Lancer is quick to answer back, taking the duel right as Ignis pushed up the ramp. A tight start for the pair, both listed with an identical rating. Lancer is surging ahead, now leading the tally 2-1. Lancer looks focused after that tough 7-13 defeat in their last head-to-head. What a fight! He barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health to keep the win streak alive. He's simply taking over now, cruising to a 4-round tier. A completely different story than the outcome of their last meeting. He's just untouchable right now, ending this one in a blink. The slightly favored man is definitely taking control here. Ignis finally gets a point on the board, breaking that run of losses. He's putting that overall ladder edge to work. A wild shootout that ended with him coming out on top, keeping this momentum shift alive. The gap is closing fast after that quick exchange. Unbelievable. He manages to survive a brutal war of attrition and barely scrapes by to secure his third straight win. Lancer is starting to look very rattled right now. Absolutely wild. He barely claws back a victory to square the score at 5-5. The pressure is mounting for the man the crowd expected to win today. He is simply on another level right now, securing a 5th straight victory to take the lead. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. Ignis is holding his ground as expected, but it's been a total toss-up. Both players have managed 5-round streaks, and this one is anyone's game. A complete reset for both players. Lancer edges ahead by a single point now. It's a complete toss-up considering how close their ratings are. Absolute chaos. Ignis claws back into a deadlock and survives by the thinnest of margins. His nerves of steel are really starting to show. Lancer holds a slim 1-point advantage right now. Lancer has stayed remarkably consistent throughout his matches today. He's refusing to go away, evening the score perfectly with a quick burst. A lightning fast exchange to bring us right back to a dead heat. Lancer narrowly maintains his lead at 9-8. A really tough road for this man over the last 24 hours. Ignis has a rough stretch today with a 16-38 record over the last 24 hours, and honestly, the mental toll seems to be hitting him as he lets the lead slip. It'll be a massive test of resolve if he wants to salvage this series. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, and he's just 2 rounds away from closing this out. He's really maximizing that 12-7 run from today. He shuts the door on that comeback attempt, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Lancer is completely locking down these exchanges. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the match. He really needed that result to bounce back from his losses earlier today. Lancer's finally got the wind in his sails. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Omnic and Ignis facing off today, with Ignis stepping in as the heavy favorite. Ignis really owns the long-term numbers in this rivalry, having won 67% of their total matchups. It's a significant gap that usually translates to a safer result for the favorite. We'll see if Omnic can pull off another upset here. Omnic is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. A rough start for the higher seeded player in this pair. Unbelievable. He's completely taken over this match with 3 straight wins. He's really shaken the confidence of a higher rated opponent. A fast reaction from Ignis to put a stop to that run. Omnic is firmly in control now, leading 4-2. Ignis claws back to keep this tight at 4-3. He's fighting for a lead after those 2 tough losses today. Omnic entered this match as a heavy underdog with only a 33% all-time win rate. Well, that puts this lead in a whole new perspective. It's becoming a genuine struggle for Ignis to find any stability here. Omnic is really flexing now with a 6-4 advantage. He's definitely leaning into that confidence from their most recent meeting. The lead is shifting back and forth rapidly, making it almost impossible to tell who has the upper hand. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is completely defying the rankings right now. Ignis is simply not playing up to his usual standard in this opener. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis is breathing down his neck at 7-6. The gap in their overall experience is a massive factor here. Pure deadlock now, with Ignis leveling things at 7 apiece. The pressure is mounting for the number 26 seed. What a fight! Omnic barely hangs on to the lead with that win from the box. That was an incredibly tight exchange. Omnic just widened the gap to a 2-point cushion. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from that previous meeting. Omnic holds a slim edge now at 9-8. He's really fighting to overturn that recent 9-13 defeat. Omnic is playing the better game today, quickly shutting down Ignis' attempt to hold the high ground. This is a tough day for a player who usually dominates this head-to-head. Omnic is just 1 step ahead at 10-9. He is really struggling to find that top 10 level of form tonight. The speed of these encounters is just wild. Omnic is acting like a heat-seeking missile right now. He just blasts him right off that box to reach match point. He's simply not letting his opponent breathe right now. Ignis puts on a strong display from the box to keep the dream alive. Unbelievable! He barely walks away from that chaos, keeping his hopes alive with a gripping performance. What a way to claw back into this sequence. Incredible. Ignis has completely seized the momentum and forces this series into overtime. A total shift in energy as we head into the extra frames. Absolute chaos in this one, but Omnic scrapes through with a sliver of health remaining. Pure the opposite of how the ladder suggests this should go. A flawless exchange for Ignis, bringing the score level in this heart-stopping overtime. The favorite is finally finding his footing in this tiebreaker. Omnic secures the advantage again, taking this one with a strong presence from the box. A total shutout, he shuts the door on Ignis and just needs one more to secure the victory. Just absolute precision from the underdog in this final stretch. What a finish. Omnic shuts the door with the perfect final play to secure the series. He really stood his ground in that overtime fight. It's rare to see him outplay a seasoned veteran like that. What a match. Welcome to Redline. We have Omnic taking on the heavily favored Lancer in today's match. Omnic is coming in with a 3-game win streak. He's already showing he can handle the pressure against a higher rated opponent. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this energy as the match progresses. The pressure is mounting as he extends his lead to 3 straight. Lancer is usually the one controlling these head-to-head bouts. Absolute perfection. He's just completely owning the start of this map. The head-to-head historical edge isn't showing up right now. What a scrap. He survives a brutal exchange from the ramp to take a commanding lead. Lancer certainly didn't look like the favorite during that opening stretch. Finally, a round for Lancer to get back in the game. He's typically the more reliable player on the ladder. Omnic is just playing out of his mind, taking that ramp angle to extend his lead. The momentum is shifting despite the gap in the ladder. Lancer is in the midst of a very strong day with a 13-7 record over the last 24 hours. He looks much more composed now than he did in the opening rounds. This recovery is vital if he wants to climb back into this contest. The momentum has completely swung as he keeps this run alive to trim the deficit. A lightning fast kill to bring him within 1 of a tie before the switch. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is totally defying the rankings here. Lancer is fighting back, but the underdog is clearly the one playing with the confidence right now. Fresh start for the second half. Omnic is really holding his ground here, using that ramp for a great vantage point to extend his lead. It's becoming a real struggle for the number 24 ranked player here. Unbelievable! He manages to hang on by a thread and secure the kill from the ramp. The lower seed is just totally in control of the pace. He simply refuses to let up, cleaning house from the ramp to push his lead to 10. Absolute disaster for the favorite right now. He's just outclassing everyone right now, taking his 4th straight victory with a perfectly clean shot. A sharp response from the favorite to keep things interesting. He's clearly used to the grind with nearly 8,000 career games. He just wipes the floor with him, putting himself a single round away from victory. The ladders are upside down right now. A tough spot for the leader, as he just failed to secure that final point. He's definitely finding some composure after those early struggles. What a finish! Omnic guts out the final trade to secure the victory. He's really tearing through the bracket right now, putting together a huge performance to dismantle the higher seed. Just a total statement win. Welcome to the arena. We have Ignis and Lancer facing off today to see who takes the win. What a fight! Both players were trading heavy damage, but Lancer scrapes through with a tiny bit of health left. A solid start for the higher rated player here. Ignis holds a massive historical advantage, winning over 57% of their career meetings. But that doesn't mean much when you look at how tough it's been for him today. He's really fighting an uphill battle to get his confidence back. Unreal, he barely walks away from that exchange with a handful of health left. He's looking for a bounce back after a tough 16-40 day. We've hit a total deadlock with a tight 2-2 score. Lancer seems a bit more comfortable with the 13-8 pace today. Lancer just takes the lead with a 3-2 edge. Slipping a bit into the mindset of that last encounter where he also came out on top. Lancer just completely shuts him down off that box, extending the run to 3 straight. Ignis answers back from the Tetris to stop that slide. He's definitely looking for a spark after those recent losses. Lancer manages to pick him off the ramp, really tightening his grip on this series. Lancer is really validating that top 25 spot today. Lancer just clears that Tetris position, really putting a stranglehold on this series. Lancer has definitely kept his composure after that tough loss to Omnic. That was a perfect sequence from Ignis, refusing to let his opponent pull away from this series. Still looking like a tough fight for the underdog. Lancer really made a play there, denying the advantage to Ignis on the ramp. A tough stretch for Ignis, who is really struggling to find some momentum. Lancer holds a strong 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, the pre-match narrative had Ignis as the clear favorite, but those expectations are completely out the window right now. Time for Ignis to wake up. Lancer has a really strong read on the matchup today, coming off a fairly dominant win in their most recent clash. And while he's looking comfortable now, we know Ignis can actually close out these series when he gets his head right. Another round for Ignis, who is proving remarkably stubborn in this effort to claw back into the game. The gap in skill on the ladder isn't showing right now. Lancer is still in the driver's seat at 9-6. That was a quick set piece to regain control. Lancer reads the angle perfectly to shut down Ignis on the ramp and keep the pressure high. The momentum has completely shifted toward the higher seeded player. Wow, what a scramble. He barely survives that fight on the box to keep his streak alive. The odds really shifted in his favor after that second set. Ignis comes through with a crisp shot to clear him off the boost. He's trying to shake off a brutal 3-game skid today. Lancer had things comfortably under control, but suddenly he's on the defensive as Ignis finds a way back in. Lancer just clears him off the ramp, and now he's 1 round away from victory. A really tough spot to be in for Ignis right now. What a scrap! He manages to edge it out from the ramp, barely staying afloat with a sliver of health. Squeezing out every single bit of life to stay in this. Lancer shuts the door with an effortless final shot to secure the series. He's really dominating this part of the rivalry, putting together another strong showing against a struggling opponent. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Omnic and Ignis facing off today, with the favorite looking to dominate this match. Ignis holds a significant edge in their head-to-head history, leading their series by 21 wins. But Omnic has clearly found a way to disrupt that advantage recently. It will be interesting to see if that current confidence can carry through this entire set. Omnic's taking control now, leading 2-1. Ignis is really feeling the pressure today after those tough early losses. What a frantic exchange. He barely manages to claw out a victory to even the series. A huge shift from his last few matches of the day. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, and he manages to pick off Ignis right off the blue. The higher rated man is looking very vulnerable today. Deadlock at 3 apiece, and this is getting tense. Coming into this with a rough 16:41 run over the last day, Omnic pushes ahead again to make it 4-3. He's showing a lot of confidence after that 13-7 win over Lancer. Omnic is showing a massive jump in confidence with a 70% win rate in his last 10 games. It's a stark contrast to Ignis, who has been sliding in the opposite direction lately. He's really putting his opponent on the defensive right now. He tracks his target and wipes Ignis right off the boxes to extend this lead. He's truly playing like a giant slayer right now. Another flawless round for him, cruising into the break with a 5-game streak. A complete shutout of the last few exchanges. Omnic holds an 8-4 advantage heading into the switch. It's a shock to see him outclass the favorite so thoroughly. He's completely erased the rating gap in these opening rounds. Time for a fresh start. Omnic keeps the momentum going, now ruling the board 8-5. A much cleaner look from him on that exchange. The overall favorite is starting to fight back. Omnic is just unstoppable, extending his lead to 9-5. He's just making this look easy, consistently getting the first shot off in these quick exchanges. He's just too fast right now, putting a huge grip on this series. He's truly flipped the script on the overall favorite. Unbelievable. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to finally stop the momentum. A gritty fight back from a man who normally owns this matchup. Omnic stays composed through the exchange and now finds himself just a single round away from victory. A complete reversal of what everyone expected going into this. Ignis puts up a strong stand from the red, narrowly delaying the inevitable. Hard to believe the higher rated man is struggling this much. Absolute perfection to close it out. Omnic takes the series with a total blowout. That's a total shift in momentum. He's completely overhauled his lifetime record against this guy today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Lancer has a clear historical edge here with a 7-4 lead in their head-to-heads. It's interesting because Omnic actually took their most recent meeting in a very convincing way. We'll see if that previous victory can help him overcome the gap in skill today. Lancer is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's playing far above his usual ranking here. Lancer looked like he had the upper hand, but Omnic has completely flipped the script here. He is simply too fast right now, picking up another flawless round to seize the lead. The onslaught continues as he makes it 4 straight, completely shutting down Lancer's resistance. He's completely in control, adding a 5th straight victory to his tally. The rating difference isn't reflecting at all right now. Finally, Lancer puts a stop to that run and shows some grit to claw back into this. The favorite is starting to assert himself again. Omnic has managed to win 80% of his last 10 games, and it's starting to look like that hot streak is carrying him through this set. The confidence he's playing with right now is definitely shaking Lancer's composure. I wonder if he can actually close this out while Lancer is still reeling. Omnic is running away with it at 7-4. He's certainly showing why he's higher up the ladder. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is a shocking start for Lancer. He was supposed to hold the advantage here, but the underdog is putting on a serious clinic instead. Lancer needs to wake up now. Omnic just widened the gap to 9-4. He's looking far more comfortable than his rank 35 status suggests. Omnic is just relentless, pushing the score to 10-4. A massive shift in power from what we expected today. He's simply untouchable right now, putting another fast one on the board. Lancer just can't find an answer for him today. A completely untouched round for the favorite, who now needs a single kill to wrap this up. Absolute perfection to finish it off. He seals the deal and closes out this series in a landslide. He really just dismantled that head-to-head advantage, proving that those previous wins don't mean a thing when you're playing like this. Welcome to the show. We have Ignis and Lancer going head to head on Fast Aim. Let's see who takes this one. Ignis actually holds a healthy lead in their all-time head-to-head. It's clear that the history isn't helping him right now with a rough 16:42 run today. He's really struggling to get things moving in his favor. Ignis is looking sharp right now, utilizing that wine box to put some pressure on Lancer. Lancer quickly recovers his momentum, pulling off a clean play to shut down Ignis from the box. Lancer seems comfortable stepping into this matchup as the slight favorite. Lancer is really building up some momentum here, quickly picking Ignis off the window to take a commanding lead. Lancer just completely shuts him down from that box to keep the roll going. Lancer is playing way above his typical 45% win rate right now. The momentum shift is total as he completely outclasses Ignis from the ramp. Just another rough result for the 28th ranked player today. He's absolutely on fire, taking control from the ramp to put up a huge lead. He's mirroring the result from their most recent clash. Ignis finally answers back with a swift victory to cut that gap down. It's been a tough run for a 28th ranked player today. Lancer is too fast for him, easily pulling the trigger while Ignis was holding that box. Lancer makes a quick move to put Ignis down from the ramp, keeping the pressure on. Lancer is proving that the rankings were right about him today. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely making good on his underdog status here. Ignis just cannot stop the bleeding after that 5-round slide. Time for a new perspective. Lancer has put up a strong 14-9 record in the last day. That high win rate makes it even more surprising to see him suddenly falter as Ignis takes control of the momentum. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can shut this run down. Lancer is still cruising with a comfortable 9-5 advantage. He really tightened up that duel to shut down the comeback. Ignis is really playing with a lot of aggression right now, securing a great kill from that toolbox. A complete deadlock on the ramp, but Lancer was just a fraction faster to react. He's holding his ground well against a lifelong rival. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, just a few more and we're wrapping this up. Lancer has looked far more confident in recent outings. Ignis is fighting back, but Lancer just needs a few more quick rounds to close the door here. The overall rivalry really favors Ignis despite how things look today. Ignis is starting to close the gap and he looks quite dangerous after that clean play from the small box. A surprising turn of events as the pressure shifts. He's simply not letting up, picking Lancer off the ramp to bring the score within 2. Lancer is completely reeling right now. Unreal, he just can't be stopped, cleaning up another round to keep this charge alive. Lancer is totally shaken after that disaster of a series. He is simply unstoppable right now, tying the series up after another flawless exchange. A complete reversal of fortune from the start of the map. Lancer shuts everything down from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. His confidence is returning after that shaky stretch. What a turnaround! We are heading into overtime after that emphatic kill. Total chaos in this series as both players trade blows. Ignis is showing incredible grit, digging deep to knock Lancer off the ramp for another win. A really tight exchange that barely left him with any health. He's truly taking over the map, powering through another round without taking any damage. Lancer is staring at the mountain of a deficit now. He's simply on another level right now, taking this one and putting himself one round away from victory. His timing from the window was just too perfect. Lancer shows some real spirit here, keeping his cool to take Ignis off the ramp. A much needed reset for the underdog. What a victory! He digs deep to outlast his opponent and completes an unbelievable comeback. He just refused to let this one slide, fighting through the fatigue to finally get his revenge. That was pure grit! What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. We're on Italy as Ignis, the favorite today, takes on the surging Omnic. What a scrap! Omnic scrapes by with a tiny bit of health left after that frantic exchange. Ignis really looks comfortable here, given that he holds a significant overall lead in their head-to-head history. It's a completely different story lately though. He's definitely fighting a steep uphill battle against Omnic's current hot streak. Omnic is just dominating this set. 3 rounds up. That's quite a shift from his usually strong performance in their head-to-head. Holy smokes, what a fight! He barely survives that exchange to pull the score back to 3-2. He's really trying to shake off a rough run of games lately. Omnic is just cruising now, leading it 4-2. The momentum has completely flipped since their previous outing today. Ignis keeps fighting back, but Omnic still holds the edge at 4-3. Omnic is really capitalizing on a massive wave of confidence, coming in with a 6-game winning streak. I mean, he's showing that today isn't just a fluke, given the way he's outplaying a higher rated opponent right now. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to break this rhythm. Omnic is simply outclassing him, stretching the lead to 6-4. The gaps in these matches are getting smaller and smaller. We are seeing some incredibly fast reaction times here. It's just a repeat of their previous encounter today. Omnic takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. You know we expected the veteran to hold his ground here, but the underdog is just playing at another level. He is putting his recent 6-game tier on full display. Ignis claws back around, but Omnic stays firmly ahead 8-5. He's certainly feeling the pressure of his current slump. He's refusing to back down, taking another round to keep this fight alive. The veteran is finally starting to resemble the top-seeded player today. Omnic keeps the pressure on with a 9-6 lead. The 34 seed is simply too sharp today. A complete shutdown of that exchange, proving he's still very much in this game. The ranking doesn't mean much when the momentum is swinging like this. Omnic is just ruthless, pulling ahead to a 10-7 lead. He's really putting that recent 13-4 victory over Lancer to use. The gap is widening and Ignis is really starting to look like he's chasing shadows right now. Ignis is staying resilient. He's making sure the game doesn't just slip away from him here. His experience in these high-pressure spots is finally starting to peek through. That was a quick exchange and Omnic is now just a single round away from victory. A huge moment for the veteran as he manages to keep the dream alive for now. A critical stop to keep this series moving forward. An absolutely pristine shot from Ignis to keep his hopes alive. The higher seed is fighting back into this. And that's it. Omnic shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He really fought back to make this a scrap, but that sheer speed in those early exchanges was just too much. Tough loss for Ignis. Welcome to the Dunes map. We have Omnic and Lancer facing off, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Omnic is coming in with some serious confidence after a 7-game win streak. It's a massive shift in momentum considering how they've historically struggled against Lancer. It will be interesting to see if that confidence holds up as this match progresses. He's simply outclassing the competition right now, picking Lancer straight off the box for a third straight. Unbelievable! Lancer barely claws through that fight, surviving with a sliver of health to get back in this. Omnic just needs a little more to close this 4-1 lead. Lancer usually controls the pace in these meetings. Omnic is really putting the pressure on, just sliding right through Lancer's defense on that high ground. A complete shutdown of Lancer's momentum as he extends that lead to 6-1. Lancer is really feeling the heat from that previous loss in their last set. Just a blur of movement and he secures another one to reach a 4-round surge. He's simply unstoppable right now, pushing the score to 8-1 with a clean sweep of the board. Purely a one-sided affair now, with his 6th straight win, taking him to a 9-1 lead. What a scrap. He barely scrapes by that exchange to keep the streak alive. Lancer's historically superior head-to-head record isn't helping him here. Omnic takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, everything about this is going against the grain. The underdog is simply outperforming Lancer right now, making the favorites look completely lost. Time to see if Lancer wakes up. Lancer is just not finding any answers today, while Omnic looks completely untouchable. His higher rating on the ladder isn't translating today. What a fight! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to outlast his opponent to reach a huge advantage. Lancer finally finds his mark, walking away completely unscathed in this engagement. It's definitely an uphill battle from here for the favorite. Incredible survival. Lancer manages to outlast him in a chaotic exchange to stay in this fight. Lancer is on fire, knocking him right off that box to keep his momentum surging. Lancer is finally starting to look like the favorite again. Lancer is absolutely rolling now, taking the round with a perfectly timed shot. Absolute perfection to close it out. Omnic takes the victory with a stunning final blow. Just a totally different animal today. He's completely rewritten the script for this rivalry on the Dunes. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Ignis and Lancer facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win. Ignis enters this match with a huge lifetime lead in the head-to-head record. But he's struggling to keep that edge today. Given his poor recent form, we'll see if he can reverse this early momentum. Holy cow, what a scramble. Lancer barely walks away from that absolute chaotic exchange. He is really putting that higher seed ranking to use. What a scrap! Lancer scrapes through that battle by a hair to keep the perfect start. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence than his recent losses suggest. Absolutely crushing. He's simply not letting up as the lead grows to 4. The early odds barely did justice to this blowout. What a fight! Lancer barely escapes that bloodbath with his life to move to 5 straight. He's certainly not feeling the pressure from his recent slump. Unbelievable. He clutches that jewel on the ramp by a literal hair to finally get on the board. The overall head-to-head record usually favors the lower seed. Lancer had a very tough stretch coming into this, ending a 3-game skid. It's interesting to see him put that frustration aside to take such a command of the early game. Now the pressure is on Ignis to prove he can keep this climb going. A slower exchange this time, but he still managed to secure the outduel. He's definitely showing more resilience than his last few games suggest. Unreal, Ignis barely survives that absolute war to keep the momentum swinging his way. Talk about a nerve-wracking finish to that duel. Another perfect shot for Ignis, who looks far more comfortable as we approach the mid-match break. Things are tightening up quickly as we head toward the mid-game break. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. Honestly, this is exactly how you'd expect this pair to trade blows. Neither player is blinking first and it'll come down to who stays colder in the second half. New side, new start. Ignis picks him off from the blue to secure a 1-round lead. That slight favorite tag doesn't mean much when you're trailing. Lancer strikes back, and we are deadlocked at 7-all. Lancer is playing much better than his previous losses would suggest. He completely dismantled that exchange without taking a single point of damage, refusing to buckle under the pressure. A clean response there to keep the lead. Lancer is not giving an inch here, shutting that down immediately as Ignis tried to take the high ground. Lancer is looking a lot more stable than that rough afternoon start. Lancer is really starting to build some momentum, capitalizing on that high ground to extend his lead. The higher rated player is starting to flex that edge. A long standoff that ended in total failure for Ignis, while Lancer keeps the streak alive. He's looking much more composed than during his rough stretch earlier today. Ignis secures another victory from the ramp to keep his comeback attempt alive. He really refuses to let the favorite run away with this one. Lancer is just too quick, dropping a shot on Ignis before he could even use those boxes to his advantage. A huge read there as Lancer shuts everything down to move within striking distance of the series. what a gritty fight from the boxes as Ignis digs deep to keep this fight going. A surprising shift in energy from the guy who looked shaky early on. He keeps this incredible comeback alive, fighting his way off the boxes to force this match to the absolute limit. Game over. Lancer closes the door on this series with a sensational final shot. He just couldn't find that final push. He just couldn't. Welcome to the league. We've got Omnic taking on Ignis today on Orange to see who comes out on top. Omnic is riding an 8-game win streak into this series. It's interesting to see that momentum carry over, especially since Ignis usually dominates this specific matchup. We'll see if this current hot streak is enough to completely flip the script today. He's simply too fast for the competition right now, moving to a 3-0 lead. Absolutely suffocating. He's just not letting Ignis breathe. It's a stark contrast to their historical head-to-head edge. Ignis manages to get a round back, preventing the lead from slipping further. A good reminder that the higher-rated player still has a fight in him. Unbelievable. He barely survives a brutal exchange to keep this comeback rolling. That is a huge shift in the momentum for the underdog. Ignis is currently enduring a rough stretch, going 17-44 over the last day. I mean, we can see that struggle translating here. He's fighting uphill against a player who's completely flipped the script on their historical rivalry. Omnic has firmly seized control, leading 6-2. It's a bit of a nightmare for the higher-rated player. Omnic keeps pulling ahead, now sitting comfortably at 6-3. That's another one for Ignis, who is refusing to let this series slide away. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected at the start. He's absolutely on fire, securing another round to close the gap just before the half. A complete 180 from how this match started. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is putting up a serious fight here. It's a huge surprise given that Ignis usually wins about 64% of their head-to-heads. Time to see if Ignis can pivot. Omnic bounces back to push his lead to 8-5. Looking very sharp compared to those earlier matches today. The resilience is showing now as he claws another one back. He's still trying to prove the pre-match favorite status. Omnic extends his grip on the lead to 9-6. It's just another instance of those higher seeds stumbling today. He wins the duel in a quick scramble, keeping the pressure on as he chases this deficit. Ignis seems to be rediscovering some of that early confidence. Omnic pulls further ahead, now commanding a 10-7 lead. A total shutout as he refuses to let the lead widen. He definitely looked more composed in that exchange. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that disaster, keeping the rally alive. He is finally starting to play like the superior seed. Absolute deadlock. He has clawed his way back to parity, evening things up at 10 apiece. The pressure is mounting for the top seed as things get desperate. Incredible! He's just completely taken over this map, securing his 4th straight round to seize the lead. Omnic puts a stop to that momentum, resetting the tally to a deadlock. A real battle of nerves between two players far apart in skill. A precise shot puts him in the driver's seat for the final round. He's proving why he entered this duel with such high expectations. What a performance! He closes the door on this series and secures the victory. He really had to fight for that one, but he managed to hold on just long enough. Omnic was absolutely fearless today. What a match! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on fast aim, with Lancer entering as the favorite. Lancer generally controls this rivalry with 7 career wins, but Omnic is coming off a dominant performance against him in their last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological advantage continues to play a role here. He's just not letting up, taking an early and commanding lead. He's certainly not playing like the lower ranked seed right now. Absolutely crushing it from the ramp, and he's now a full 4 rounds clear. It's a tough start for Lancer after that tough outing against Ignis. He's simply on another level today, moving into a huge 5-round advantage. This is just unbelievable. He's looking completely untouchable with a perfect 6-0 start. The rank difference isn't showing up at all right now. He just completely shuts the door from the window, extending the streak to 7. It is a complete reversal from their historical numbers. Lancer finally gets a point on the board after a tough stretch. A vital response from the higher ranked player. Omnic catches him right as he pushes from the ramp, keeping the pressure high. He's really fighting an uphill battle right now. Omnic has put up an incredible 80% win rate in his last 10 games. It's a stark contrast to the struggle Lancer has been having lately. We're seeing that momentum transfer directly into this match. Now let's see if Lancer can actually pull a comeback. Omnic takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break, while Lancer entered this as the clear favorite, but he's just getting outplayed. We've got a serious upset brewing here. Time to see if Lancer wakes up. Lancer manages to secure that one from the ramp, keeping the deficit from growing even wider. He's definitely showing the experience that comes with nearly 8,000 total matches. Lancer is starting to chip away at that lead with some really strong reactions from the ramp. That higher ranking is starting to create a difference here. That is an incredible run, taking another one from the ramp to put the pressure back on. A huge shift in momentum after that narrow win over Ignis earlier. He's just relentless, securing another victory from the ramp to bring the score within 2.
Exactly what you expect to see from a top-ranked contender.
Lancer is completely in control, taking a 5th straight round while barely breaking a sweat. Unbelievable! He claws his way back to a dead-even score, completing a stunning recovery. It's a total reset to a blank slate from here. He's simply unstoppable right now, pushing his streak to 7 and taking the lead. Lancer is finally playing the role everyone expected from the start. Omnic answers right back, bringing the tally dead even. Both players are really fighting for a foothold in this series. Lancer secures another easy victory from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. What a fight! He barely survives that scrap, and now he is just 1 round away from victory. Absolute nerves of steel to survive that trade. What a triumph! He closes out the series with a stunning reversal of fortune. He just wouldn't buckle under the pressure after that early scare. A huge mental victory for him. He really fought for that. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Ignis and Lancer stepping up for a great 1v1 duel today. Ignis leads the head-to-head record by over 200 rounds in their history. It's a surprising lead given how he's been struggling lately. Lancer is definitely the one with the confidence right now. Lancer is really putting on the pressure here, catching Ignis right as he tried to use the ramp for an advantage. Lancer takes a commanding lead, putting Ignis on the back foot. He's definitely feeling the pressure after a rough 1844 run today. And just like that, Ignis brings us back to a deadlock. He's showing a lot more poise than he did in that previous series. Lancer was way too quick there, shutting down Ignis while he was perched up on the Tetris. Slightly higher rated on the ladder, and he's definitely playing like it. Neither side is given an inch at 3 apiece. Lancer is certainly playing the role of the spoiler tonight. Lancer is just too sharp today, denying Ignis any room to breathe from that high ground. He's coming into this with a great 16-11 record today. We've got a total stalemate now at 4 each. He's not letting that recent map loss to the 25 player get in his head. Unbelievable. He manages to clutch it out from the boost with a mere 9 health left. Lancer is really leaning into that confidence from their last meeting. Pure chaos now with Ignis and Lancer locked at 5. A surprising turn of events for the slight favorite today. What a fight! Lancer barely escapes that exchange, holding on with a tiny sliver of health. His luck is just unbelievable today. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is definitely leaning toward an upset. Ignis should be the one dominating here, but Lancer is consistently finding the better angle. Time to see if the momentum holds. Ignis gets the better of him from the box, and now we're all square. The higher ranked player is feeling a bit shaken now. Ignis keeps the pressure on from the boost, and now we have a complete tie game. He's really pushing back after that Mappa's loss. Absolute authority from Ignis, who just completely shut down that counter run. A complete shift in energy from those earlier exchanges. Lancer answers back immediately to keep this match deadlocked. The number 25 rated player is making a real statement here. What a brawl! He barely scrapes through that exchange, but it's enough to reclaim the lead. He is just refusing to let that lead slip away. Lancer manages to pull him down from heaven and keeps the rolling momentum going. He's definitely holding on to that momentum from the Mappa's win. He just completely takes control of the map, picking him off the box to push this run to 4 straight. Lancer puts the pressure back on, moving to 12 rounds and standing on the verge of victory. He's simply too consistent in these exchanges right now. Game over! Lancer shuts the door on this one with a clean finish to secure the victory. He's really showing a huge shift in this rivalry. That's another strong result for Lancer today. Welcome to Redline. We have Omnic facing off against the favorite Ignis in today's high-stakes match. Ignis usually owns this pairing with a strong 64% head-to-head win rate, but those historical stats aren't doing much to help him right now. We have to see if he can flip the script after that slow start. Omnic is absolutely dominating, putting the favorite down too. He's definitely not feeling like the superior seed right now. He just wipes him right off the Tetris for another clean round. The rankings definitely aren't reflecting this early momentum. He holds his ground from the Tetris to finally answer back. He's showing a bit more grit than we saw in that first round. What a scramble. Ignis barely clings to life to secure the second straight for himself. He's really refusing to let the early deficit face him. He picks the opponent off the ramp, bringing the score level at 3-3. It's a complete deadlock now, regardless of the seed. Unbelievable. Both of them were shredded, but he survives the scrap to take a lead in the series. Absolute chaos in those closing seconds. He manages to carve his way back into the lead, evening things up at 4-4. He's really playing an aggressive game despite that low win rate today. That was way too easy. He completely outdueled his opponent to take a narrow lead. Omnic just claws back to make it 5-all. That's a lot of games played today for both these guys. Good heavens, both of them were practically dead, but Omnic barely scraps through to take a lead. It's a tough run for the favorite, who struggled tonight. We head into the break with Omnic sitting on a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is a total shock given the skill gap we expected here. The underdog is genuinely pushing the pace in this series. Time to see who shakes it off. Absolute chaos. Ignis barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a sliver of health to stay in this fight. He is really proving to be a survivor in these exchanges. Omnic has managed to maintain a strong pace in his recent form, winning 80% of his last 10 matches. And honestly, it seems those previous losses aren't weighing on him today. He's looking remarkably comfortable as he puts further distance between himself and the Omnic held that ramp perfectly to secure another round, and now the pressure is really starting to mount for Ignis. The 34th ranked player is really putting on a show here. Omnic is just finding his targets way too fast, catching Ignis out of position on the ramp for another quick win. He just brushes Ignis off the ramp to keep this heat going. It's a stark contrast to the results we saw on Blame Orange. What a fight! He survives by a hair to push his lead to 12. Another nail biter, and the pressure on Ignis is just suffocating. A huge stand from Ignis, pulling off the win, while Omnic held the high ground. He had to step up there to keep this a contest. He keeps the rally going with another quick pick to stave off the end. The higher seed is finally digging in. And that is it. Omnic finishes him off the ramp to close out the game. He really played a perfect set to avenge that loss from earlier today. Absolute revenge for Omnic. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Lancer are facing off on Italy today, with Lancer entering as the favorite for this match. Lancer holds the upper hand historically, leading the head-to-head series 8-6. It's a clear advantage that extends to this particular map, where Omnic usually finds it much harder to secure rounds. The real question is if he can maintain this grip on the lead. Lancer is simply too fast right now, taking total control of the opening. A sharp response from Omnic, keeping the dream alive by shutting down that run. He needs this result to flip the script on their rivalry. He's proving far too stubborn to go down, putting a huge dent in the opponent's lead. This is exactly why we're seeing the underdog fight back. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit to tie things up at 3-3. Lancer needs to find a way to shake this off. Lancer quickly regains the lead, moving ahead by 1 round. Lancer is definitely playing like the higher rated competitor today. He just wipes him right off the wine to bring this set level. A quick trade of rounds keeps this perfectly level. Lancer edges ahead again, gripping a slim 5-4 lead. He's certainly proving the more consistent of the two today. He weathered the storm and manages to claw back, bringing the tally level at 5-all. Neither man is willing to give an inch today. Lancer pushes back, reclaiming a narrow 6-5 lead. Lancer looks completely comfortable in the driver's seat right now. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. Honestly, Omnic is playing way above his head right now. He's putting up a huge fight against a player who typically holds a strong map advantage here. Time for a fresh start. What a way to open the second half, taking full control of the server to jump ahead by 1. An incredibly quick finish to put the pressure back on. He's really starting to surge, proving just how difficult it is to keep him down. Omnic takes the lead, pulling ahead 8-7. He's definitely using his experience to stay steady in this series. Lancer answers back and we are deadlocked at 8. The higher rated man is starting to flex his muscles here. He's keeping the momentum shifted in his favor, showing some real grit in this series. Pure chaos now. Omnic brings us back to 9-9. The top tier rating for the higher seed is starting to show. He's really refusing to break, securing a thin lead with that quick reflex shot. He's simply not backing down, adding another round to his total as he builds an 11-9 lead. A really clean sequence of plays to grab this lead. Absolute perfection. Omnic secures a 3rd straight round and is now just 1 away from victory. Lancer answers back with an effortless shot, refusing to let the door close just yet. A clutch recovery to keep things interesting here. Omnic is our champion. What a phenomenal fight back to secure the series victory. He really broke through where he usually struggles, proving he can handle the pressure on this map. He's definitely got the confidence now. What a fight! Welcome to the show. We have Ignis taking on Lancer on Dunes in a clash where the favorite faces a real challenge. Lancer has been the much sharper player lately, finishing the day with a 17-12 record. That contrast is stark when you look at how Ignis has struggled across his last few series. He really needs to find a way to flip this narrative. Lancer is just too quick right now. He completely shuts down Ignis, even with the high ground advantage. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece, time to break the tie. The head-to-head history favors him in the long run. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, managing to pick him off right off that box. Lancer is just running away with it at 4-2. He's really leaning into that confidence from their previous set today. Ignis close back around to make it 4-3. He's definitely showing the struggle of a tough day so far. Lancer is really on the offensive now, catching Ignis by surprise while he's still perched up high. Ignis normally holds a strong edge in their lifetime meetings, but Lancer has completely flipped the script today. He's proving that those historical stats don't mean much when you have this kind of momentum. We'll see if Ignis can actually dig himself out of this hole. That is a completely untouched kill to keep this rally going into the final round of the half. Lancer holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break. Well, the underdog is putting on a great show here. Ignis looked like the safe bet coming in, but he's just not finding any answers for Lancer's speed. Fresh start for both of them. He's not going down without a fight, digging deep to close that gap to 6-7. The tide is definitely shifting as we head into the endgame. He strikes from the box again to completely level the playing field. 2 fast-paced entries in a row to bring this back to a deadlock. Absolutely untouchable. He's completely taking control of the server now. He is completely dominating the exchanges right now. Another swift victory for Lancer to keep things deadlocked at 8-8. It really feels like his higher rank is giving him the edge here. He is simply refusing to back down, taking another effortless round to secure a 1-round lead. He's starting to show a lot of resilience in these late exchanges. Ignis ties it up, we are back to a stalemate. A real battle of nerves coming from both of them. Lancer barely hangs on to a thin 10-9 lead. He just can't get a stop, picking Ignis right off the box to extend his run. The lower ranked player is just completely in control here. He just denies Lancer from the box, continuing this gritty rally. Total shift in energy as we enter the final stretch. A lightning fast finish as he secures a perfect parity at 11-11. He is playing with so much confidence right now. He completely shuts down the opposition from the Tetris, moving one more step closer to victory. A surprising turn of events for the a priori favorite. What a finish! Ignis completes a phenomenal climb to shut the door on this series. He really dug himself out of that hole to prove why he's usually the favorite in this rivalry. Lancer put up a massive fight, but he just couldn't hold the line. He really had to earn that one. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Omnic and Ignis facing off, and we'll see if the favorite can hold their lead. That was a scrap. Both of them fought for control of the ramp, but Omnic came out on top. Tough start for the favorite. Ignis clearly has the upper hand here, holding a commanding 45-26 record in their historical matchups. It makes sense that he's playing with a lot of confidence right now. We just have to see if Omnic can actually put a dent in that streak. Omnic is really putting the pressure on, utilizing that ramp to keep the momentum shifting his way. A real test for the higher rated player here. Ignis is showing a lot of grit, quickly reacting and taking the fight to Omnic while he was holding the ramp. Omnic was just too fast for him there, picking him right off that toolbox. Omnic is really cruising with a commanding 5-2 lead. He's looking a lot sharper than in that last meeting on this map. Another one. He just cleared Ignis right off that toolbox to take full control of the server. He catches Ignis right on the ramp, adding to that imposing momentum. He looks completely out of sorts after that rough 1946 day. Absolutely ruthless, he deletes Ignis from that window position and keeps the surge alive. He's really flipping the script on his usual underdog status. He just plucks Ignis right off the wine box, continuing this total takeover. Omnic takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, we expected a much tighter series given the history here. He's playing perfectly against the odds right now. Let's see if Ignis finds a spark. Ignis finally claws one back, using that ramp to get the better of Omnic. He's definitely got more total experience under his belt at 11,900 matches. Ignis is really starting to wake up, putting the pressure back on Omnic and securing that high ground on the box. Omnic answers right back, shutting down Ignis from that window position. He's definitely bringing that 80% recent form into this duel. Omnic puts a stop to that brief rally and moves a single step closer to victory. He's playing with absolute freedom despite the ranking gap. Unbelievable. He closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. A total statement from the lower seeded player, just completely dismantling everything Ignis tried to do today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Omnic taking on the favored Lancer in tonight's big match. Lancer holds a tight 8-7 lead in their head-to-head history, but Omnic is actually entering this with a lot of confidence after taking their last meeting. He's fighting a steep uphill battle on this specific map, and the challenge is whether he can push Lancer's patience. Lancer keeps the momentum, moving ahead 2-1. Lancer looks to capitalize on his higher ranking in the server. Neither player is giving an inch tonight, and we're back to a dead even split. Lancer's overall experience shows in those high pressure moments. Lancer pulls ahead again, leading the tally 3-2. He's coming into this set with some decent momentum after that 17-13 run today. Omnic claws back to tie things up at 3-all. The higher rank isn't creating much separation here. That was a nail-biter for the lead. And we are back to a deadlock at 4 apiece. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure now. Omnic seizes control of the series, moving ahead 5-4. The underdogs have a habit of surprising the field in this league. A complete shutdown as Omnic picks him right off the boost, continuing this hot run. It's a worrying trend for the favorite here. Another clean victory for the challenger, pushing that streak to 4 straight. Omnic takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the script has been flipped entirely. We expected Lancer to dictate the pace, but Omnic is simply outplaying him right now. Let's see if Lancer recovers. Lancer answers back with a strong play from the boost to keep things interesting. He's definitely the more experienced veteran out of these two. He's showing some real grit, picking up another round to narrow that gap. He's finally starting to claw back into this thing. Omnic is currently riding an impressive streak of wins in his last 10 matches. It is an incredible swing in form compared to his usually low win percentage. Lancer needs to find a way to shake him off before this gets out of hand. Lancer remains composed, taking a full 7 seconds to secure that effortless kill. He's really starting to tighten up the gap. Lancer is just refusing to go away, walking away from this exchange completely unscathed. Lancer is fully back in this driver's seat now. Omnic keeps his poise, holding a 2-round cushion. He's fighting through a much lower career win rate to stay on top. Omnic is putting on a show, quickly erasing Lancer's hopes of a comeback. The ladder rankings just aren't translating to the board tonight. A flawless exchange here, and the favorite is staying tough in this series. That was a very decisive way to get back in the game. A crisp finish that puts the challenger on the verge of victory. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer here. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on the final round to seal the victory. He's really found his rhythm lately, and that victory officially ties up their lifetime rivalry. Just a dominant performance from the lower seed. Welcome to the show. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Ignis claims that first blood by taking the high ground on the ramp. Tough way to start for the favorite. Lancer manages to trade back immediately, catching Ignis right off the red area. Lancer is certainly not intimidated by the historical gap between them. Lancer is simply too quick right now, picking Ignis off the boxes to take a commanding early lead. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece for both players. His overall edge in this head-to-head is starting to show. Lancer holds a slim lead as we hit round 5. He's managing to shake off the losses he's been dealing with lately. Unbelievable! Ignis clings to life with a tiny bit of health to level the score at 3-3 after that chaotic exchange on the blue. Lancer has really been struggling to close out games today. Ignis is really starting to pile up the pressure, using the boxes to push his advantage to 4. Ignis is on a tear, keeping the momentum firmly on his side with another effortless kill. Lancer almost had him, but Ignis claws back from the brink to keep this streak alive. His higher ranking on the ladder hasn't translated into results tonight. Lancer digs deep to hold the slide, refusing to let this game slip away. He needs to keep this energy if he wants to bridge that gap. Ignis has an impressive historical edge here, owning over 57% of their lifetime head-to-head meetings. It's clear he's using that confidence to shut the door on Lancer right now. The momentum is completely shifted in his favor. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is doing exactly what he needs to do. Lancer put up a fight early on, but the gap in skill has remained pretty evident so far. Fresh start for Lancer now. Ignis secures another quick round by playing from the boxes, pulling further ahead as we head deeper into the second half. Lancer quickly takes him off the boxes, proving he's still very much in this contest. Ignis is firmly in control now, leading 9-6. The higher seed is simply outplaying him in this match. Ignis secures that one from the boxes and he is really starting to pull away here. He's just completely taken over this match, securing another effortless round to reach 11. Lancer is really feeling the pressure after those tough losses to Omnic today. Talk about the scramble. Lancer barely walks away from that frantic firefight with his life. Despite the score, he's actually a few spots higher on the ladder. Lancer is putting up a real fight here, cleaning him right off the boxes to narrow the lead. He's just one round away from victory after that measured sequence. He's proving exactly why he walked into this match as the higher seed. What a scramble! Lancer survives by a hair, barely hanging on with 15 health after nearly getting shut down. That's an incredibly gutsy play to get through. Absolutely phenomenal. Ignis shuts it down with a flawless final sequence to secure the victory. Lancer really tried to push back late, but he just couldn't find the consistency to stop that run of momentum. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Ignis facing off on red line, where the favorite looks to secure another win. What a scrap! Omnic manages to push him off the ramp, though he barely escapes with his life. Unbelievable. Ignis barely hangs on with a sliver of health to tie things up. Neither player has managed to put a real grip on this yet. Ignis holds a strong lead in their head-to-head history with a 62% win rate. It's a significant advantage that usually gives him a huge mental edge. Now, we just have to see if he can keep this early momentum rolling. He shuts it down again from the ramp, putting a huge amount of pressure on his opponent. He's refusing to go away, securing an effortless kill from the ramp to close the gap. It's looking a bit more like a contest and the bookies predicted. He's showing some real grit here, refusing to let Ignis pull away. He's definitely proving to be a tough matchup for the favorite. The pace of these exchanges is just electric. Neither player is giving an inch of ground. It's a tough night for him, so far with a negative record today. What a nail-biter! Omnic digs deep in a brutal exchange to keep this fight alive. That was a gritty way to claw back into the game. Absolutely pristine work here as he levels the series and forces the map back into a deadlock. A complete reset for both as we head toward the midway point. Ignis edges ahead 6-5 in a tight race. It's clear his experience in the larger sample size is starting to show. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the switch. Omnic is really shaking up the script here by holding his own against the stronger player. Now, let's see if he can maintain this pace. Time to see who blinks. Ignis just secures the advantage, utilizing that high ground on the ramp to take the lead. That's a decent bounce back after the blowout loss he suffered earlier today. What a fight! Ignis nearly goes down but manages to shut it out from the boxes. The experience difference is showing in the late game. That's a total shutdown, showing a lot of heart as he narrows the gap. It's a great look for the underdog to keep the gap this small. Omnic is showing some incredible current form with a win rate of 80% in his last 10 games. And honestly, it explains why he's staying so competitive despite the historical gap. We just have to see if that momentum is enough to overcome the deficit. Ignis just takes another one from the ramp, putting a lot of distance between himself and the finish line. A really tough set for the number 31 player to climb back from. He's just too sharp right now, which puts him firmly in control of the pace. This is a huge shift from that 13-4 result they shared recently. Omnic gets the better of him from the ramp to keep things moving. Looking back at the match history, it's a classic clash of styles. Absolutely insane. He barely walks away from that trade, clinging to a sliver of health to reach match point. A complete contrast to that quick shot we saw last round. A clean strike from the ramp to stay in the game. The underdog is fighting his way back into the conversation. What a way to close it out. Ignis secures the final point to take home the victory. He really pushed him to the limit, but in the end that experience on red line was the difference. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Lancer are facing off on Dunes today, where the favorite looks to bounce back from a tough slump. Lancer actually holds a higher map win rate of 50% on this surface. It makes this early lead for Omnic even more surprising given the historical edge here. We'll see if he can actually sustain this early pressure. Omnic is comfortably cruising with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely fighting to get out of that slump. Lancer really needs to dig in here because things are starting to look very one-sided. His recent form has been a struggle, but he's usually the safer bet. Omnic is just relentless, pulling way ahead at 4-1. His recent struggle against Ignis is starting to mirror today's performance. He's taking complete control of this map, walking away without losing a single point of health. Lancer is usually the one dictating the pace in their history. Lancer answers back with a crisp shot to get a point on the board. The higher rated player is starting to put up a fight. The momentum is shifting as he secures another point to keep this comeback alive. He secures the win from the box, cutting the deficit to just 1. Lancer is finally playing like the heavy favorite we expected. Unbelievable. He clears the box and forces a deadlock at 5-5. The overall seed advantage is really starting to show. What a scramble! Omnic barely scrapes through that encounter to reclaim the lead before we hit the break. He really clung to that last bit of health. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is putting himself in a great position to pull off the upset here. Lancer had that 4-round burst, but he just cannot close the gap yet. Let's see if Lancer can pivot. That was an instant shutdown, and the momentum swings right back to him. That was an incredibly fast transition from the previous round. A completely clean exchange here to level the series at 7 apiece. This feels like a genuine deadlock between these two. He's simply untouchable right now, taking the lead for the first time with another effortless flick. Omnic manages to pick him off the box, bringing us back to a total deadlock. Omnic edges ahead once more, holding a slim 9-8 lead. Lancer is really having a day of it in this block. He's staying tenacious and wipes the slate clean, bringing the score back to a dead heat at 9-9. Exactly the kind of high-pressure reset we expect from a top-tier seed. Lancer is simply refusing to back down, taking a narrow lead by shutting everything down. He's absolutely surging right now, taking full command of the second half. Exactly the kind of result you expect when the favorite finds his gear. Omnic secures this one from the box, halting Lancer's run for now. This is turning into a mirror of their last encounter. Omnic is really stepping up. He's making it look like his recent wins against Lancer weren't just flukes. He suddenly shifted the tide back in his favor, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Absolutely sensational. He has completely erased the lead to force a tie at 12-12. What a fierce exchange. He outlasts the pressure to push ahead 13-12. The experience of the higher seed is really paying off. What a way to force a tie. Neither of these two is giving an inch today. They've played 16 times before, and the balance of power remains a total toss-up. Lancer is simply refusing to falter, practically unscathed as he climbs back into this overtime battle. Another swift response from the favorite, putting him just one step away from the victory. His top tier rank is starting to dictate the flow here. Omnic just slammed the door shut on that attempt to close it out. Lancer's hold on this game is starting to slip. He manages to knock him off the box to lock things up at 15-15. Absolute deadlock as we head into the next phase. Lancer manages to sneak ahead with a narrow 16-15 edge. Lancer's on fire, widening the gap to 17-15. The momentum is shifting exactly as the odds predicted. Lancer is simply dominant, pushing his lead to 18-15. Omnic finally fights back to trim it down to 16-18. The underdog is making a very strong case for a surprise result. Lancer's pulling away now, leading 19-16. He really dug deep to secure that win in overtime. Omnic fought like a lion out there, but he just couldn't close the door. A gritty performance from both. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on orange to see who takes the win. Ignis has historically owned this pairing with a 57% win rate in their head-to-head history. And it looks like he's bringing that confidence into today's server. Lancer needs to find a way to flip the script early. Ignis is simply dominating this early lead over Lancer. Hard to ignore those recent results favoring the challenger. Lancer is trailing by 1 as soon as we reset. Lancer is playing his way back after that tough 9-13 loss previously. Lancer is having a really tough time getting any momentum going here. The odds have Lancer as the favorite, but the server says otherwise. Ignis is just cruise controlling with a massive 4-1 lead. Lancer's slightly higher rating isn't translating into results so far. He's just on a different level right now, taking this one in a blink. Lancer has certainly got his work cut out for him now. Lancer answers back with a crisp headshot to get on the board. He's certainly showing why the odds leaned his way. Another rapid-fire delivery from Lancer, proving he can hang with the best today. He's finally shifted the energy in his favor. Ignis has already put together a solid 2-win streak in his recent outings. And it seems like those earlier victories today gave him a real mental edge. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace as he pushes for double digits. Ignis is firmly in command with a 7-3 lead. His recent 18-15 record suggests he can claw back from this. Lancer is still fighting a steep uphill climb at 4-7. He's proving why he's the higher rated player on the ladder. Ignis heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. You know, everything is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite holding a strong grip on this series. Time to shake things up. Ignis maintains a 3-point cushion heading into the 13th. He needs a stronger push to match those recent results against Omnic. Ignis is staring down a huge 9-5 advantage. The higher rated man is struggling to find a foothold. Ignis is just snowballing through this side of the match, and Lancer is really struggling to get an answer. He's simply refusing to let up, extending the gap to 11-5. A tough stretch for the higher ranked man today. Lancer manages to trade a few shots and come out on top to slow the pace. A strong performance from him recently, including that high-scoring win over Omnic. Lancer is starting to put some serious pressure on the lead here. He's finally starting to put that higher ladder seat to use. He just shuts that door completely, putting himself on the verge of victory. A quick reflex shot there to regain control of the server. And there it is. Ignis closes out the game with a completely effortless final shot. He's just playing too strong today, and it's clear he's the one who really knows how to handle this map. Welcome to the stream. We've got Omnic and Ignis facing off on Fast Aim, with the favorite looking for another victory. Ignis has historically controlled this matchup by winning 63% of their meetings. It's clear that Omnic is fighting an uphill battle against a player who usually has the answer. We'll see if this early lead can actually shift the momentum. Ignis holds a narrow lead as we head back out. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite right now. He is completely taking over from the ramp, taking a commanding lead in this set. Omnic clears him right off that toolbox to tighten up the gap. The number 31 seed is refusing to go down quietly. We're deadlocked at 3 apiece, and Ignis looks rattled. A clean shift in momentum from how their previous encounter went. Ignis just took a strong set of shots from the ramp to reclaim the lead. That's another strong performance for the higher rated player. Everything is wide open now with a 4-all stalemate. He's definitely shaking off that loss from their previous set. Ignis edges ahead just as the tension peaks. Coming off a strong string of results today, Ignis is showing an impressive level of consistency with 3 straight wins in his most recent matches. And we're seeing that carry over into this map. He's effectively squeezing the life out of Omnic's game plan right now. We're looking at a 7-5 lead for Ignis as they swap sides. Honestly, this is exactly how the pre-match projections looked. Omnic is keeping it close, but the higher ranked player is comfortably in the driver's seat. Time to see who wants it more. Tough luck for Omnic, both of them were fighting for that ramp, and Ignis just reacted faster. The higher ranked player is simply too precise right now. Ignis is pulling away with a dominant 9-5 cushion. A tough run for the number 31 seed so far today. Omnic needs a big push, trailing 6-9. The 31st seed is finally showing some fight after those tough losses. Ignis is putting the pressure on now, really starting to distance himself as we move deeper into the set. Ignis is firmly in control with a 3-point advantage. He's managed to fight through some tough losses recently. Ignis just shuts that door quickly, using the ramp to put a real grip on this match. He's coming into this series on a 3-game winning streak. Omnic really keeps their foot on the gas, denying Ignis an easy win from the ramp. That was a gritty battle to keep the dream alive. A precise sequence from Omnic to take him off the wine box, continuing the surge. The pressure is really starting to build on the favorite now. A lightning fast response from Ignis to put himself just 1 round away from victory. That was a crushing stop to any comeback momentum. Unreal, he closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He's just way too fast when it counts today, and that's another crucial win in the books for him. Welcome everyone to the arena. Today we have Omnic and Lancer facing off to see who takes the win. Lancer holds a slim 9-8 edge in their head-to-head history. It's clear that Lancer usually controls the pace in these matchups. We have to see if Omnic can actually turn the tide today. Unbelievable, that was a total war of attrition and he barely scraped through with his life. He's really shaking off that loss from their last meeting. Omnic is dominating with a commanding 2-1 lead. Lancer looks like he's starting to leverage that higher rank. Lancer is really struggling now that Omnic leads 3-1. Lancer is certainly playing catch-up now. He needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum. A surprising flip from their usual dynamic. What a gritty fight. He refuses to go down easily and manages to claw back this round. The favorite is finally starting to show a bit of that expected power. Lancer keeps his foot on the gas, shutting down the rally with a perfect snap. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. Omnic has a 30% win rate on this specific layout, which puts him at a massive disadvantage historically. It's impressive to see him ignore that trend by pushing a lead right now. He really needs this window to stay open. Omnic is simply cruising along with a 6-3 advantage. He's really making his opponents pay for those recent losses. He's completely take over the server now, extending that streak to 3. The higher rating just isn't translating into results right now. Lancer answers back with a clean win to close out this portion of the map. He's had a tough run lately with 3 straight losses. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is a total shock given how heavily Lancer was favored. He has a way better record on this map, yet he is put from behind right now. Lancer needs a complete reset here. Lancer refuses to crumble, landing a pristine shot to bring the score to 7-6. That was a lightning-fast exchange to keep the pressure high. Absolutely wild. He survives by a hair to level the playing field at 7-7. Lancer is practically refusing to blink right now. He's on a tear now, taking the lead with a completely untouched performance. Lancer survives a frantic firefight to keep this rolling, marking 4 wins straight. The experience gap is starting to show in these critical moments. Lancer is absolutely oppressive right now, extending the streak to 5 with a total shutdown. Lancer is simply unstoppable, securing 6 in a row to put himself on the verge of victory. It's becoming clear why Lancer entered this match as the clear favorite. Lancer is simply outclassing him now, moving into a match point position with a 7-round streak. What a finish! Lancer closes out the series with a perfect final shot to take the victory. He really fought hard in that first half, but he just couldn't keep up once things got out of hand. Welcome everyone to Redline. Today we have Ignis and Lancer facing off to see who comes out on top. Ignis has historically been the stronger side in this rivalry, holding a 57% win rate in their previous meetings. It's interesting to see Lancer taking the early lead considering how often Ignis usually controls this series. We'll see if that trend continues. Lancer is simply taking over here, securing a third straight for a commanding lead. Lancer seems to be paying back that recent loss on Orange. Ignis responds with a quick read, dropping Lancer right off the ramp. It's a reminder that the favorite isn't completely untouchable today. Lancer is putting on a clinic early on, effectively keeping Ignis on the defensive. The rank 28 slot is playing some very sharp rounds right now. Lancer is just punishing him from that ramp position, really building a cushion here. He's showing plenty of confidence after that tough loss on Orange. Ignis makes a great play from the ramp to keep the score close. Hard to forget how he looked in that 13-7 victory on Orange. Lancer just claims another one from the ramp and he is really pulling away from his opponent here. Lancer is really making his presence felt on that ramp, putting a huge amount of pressure on Ignis. Ignis has struggled recently with a 23-47 record over the last day. It's clear he's trying to find some consistency after that rough stretch. If he can keep this momentum going, he might actually turn this series around. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. You know, we entered this with Ignis as the strong favorite, but Lancer is completely defying those expectations right now. He's looking far too comfortable for the underdog. Let's see if Ignis finds his rhythm. Lancer is now sitting pretty with a 9-4 lead. He's certainly capitalizing on his hot streak today. Lancer's now staring down a double-digit lead at 10-4. Lancer has definitely found a way to flip the script today. Lancer wasn't expecting that, and Ignis earns the round from high ground on the triple box. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after that run against Omnic. Unbelievable. Ignis holds his ground on the boxes, barely surviving that exchange to keep the comeback alive. The heat is really on now as he secures another straight victory. He's really starting to make the rank gap felt here. What a scramble. Lancer closed out a victory after nearly getting wiped off that ramp. That was an incredibly tight exchange. Both players barely walked away. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he barely hangs on to put himself on match point. Lancer is playing exactly like the favorite he was touted to be. Lancer finishes him off to close the series and secure the win. He really needed this win to shake off that loss from earlier in the set. A solid performance to get back in the driver's seat. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today for a matchup between Omnic and the favored Ignis. Let's see who takes it. Ignis has a heavy advantage in their head-to-head history with 47 wins. It's a massive gap, but he's clearly feeling the pressure after his recent loss to Lancer. We'll see if he can settle in now. Ignis is cruising now with a 2-1 lead. He's carrying a lot of momentum from that 13-9 victory over his opponent. Both of these players are trading blows right now. It's a dead heat heading into the 5th. The 34 ranked player is refusing to go away. Unbelievable. He barely edges this one out, clutching a win despite taking a huge amount of damage. Total parity now. Omnic has completely leveled the field. He's really leaning into that experience advantage in this set.
Omnic is officially in control with a 4-3 lead.
It's a bit of a shake-up from the pre-match expectations. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Neither one of them is giving an inch today. Omnic holds a slim lead moving into round 10. This is a complete reversal from their previous meeting today. A sudden deadlock as we hit 5 apiece. Despite the deadlock, the higher rated player is starting to push back. Omnic is really pushing the pace now, putting a lot of pressure on the higher seed. Hard to believe he's managed to flip this script. We head into the break locked at 6 apiece. Well, Omnic is playing way above his head here. This is a huge shift given Ignis holds a 64% head-to-head win rate, but we are looking at a complete toss-up now. Fresh start for both. Omnic claws ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. He's showing a lot of resilience after that tough loss to Lancer. Ignis claws back to make it 7-all. A total toss-up now, and neither man has any clear edge. These two are trading everything today, and Omnic is really starting to push his luck with a lead. Omnic is really taking advantage of his momentum with a win streak that's putting him comfortably ahead. It is quite a shift from his recent history where he's mostly been struggling today. This puts the pressure squarely on the higher ranked player to mount a comeback. Absolutely untouched. He's just completely tearing through the competition right now. Ignis answers back with a quick finish to keep things interesting. He's still battling through a grueling day with nearly 50 games played. He's really digging deep now, keeping the pressure on to narrow this gap. The veteran poise is starting to show as the pressure ramps up. He's simply refusing to go away, securing another round to tighten the grip on this series. He's simply unstoppable right now, erasing the deficit to tie it up. The momentum has shifted entirely back to the favorite. A crushing blow as Omnic takes the round and moves within a single point of victory. A huge test of nerves for the underdog right now. And there it is. Omnic shuts the door with a lightning-fast final blow to secure the victory. An absolutely gritty performance from the underdog to shake things up. He really dug deep to overcome those historical odds today. What a fight!